after it. And Wes is able to do that. Wes is able to succinctly reduce complicated thoughts into, down here in Texas, we call it stealing. And he's got it. He's got it. It's not any more complicated than that. So I think we're really fortunate to have Wes carrying our sword. Am I still there? Hello?
You're good, William.
I left you dumbfounded or asleep.
I think everybody's asleep today. Usually we get more steam than this on the space call, but it's all right. Damn it, I seen Big JR was in here. I sent out my...
Well, the only thing I would add to what William just said is that, Wes calls it a war for a reason, and he hasn't made that public statement just once. He said it multiple times. So he's got his army of clients. He's got a mountain of evidence, and now all he has to do is produce. So put it on the docket, make it official. Let's get law enforcement involved and make something happen.
Amen. Amen.
We've been talking about you for the last couple of days. Big JR.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
You're finally here. Holy shit.
I'm finally here. I appeared.
Everybody wants to hear from you.
I'm not busy.
Yeah, well,
Busy's
I'm
busy.
still watching the Casey stay. Unfortunately, nothing to report right now. So that's kind of what I've been doing, just kind of watching that, keeping an eye on that, and you just listen to everything else going on. Not much to report, really. Just kind of waiting on the Alpine appeal decision, which could be, this week. It could be, I'm hoping it's this week. So it would be a nice little send into the weekend to get some details about that and have them shoot down that appeal, and then let Finra kind of continue their crusade to shut down Alpine. I was going to say something about share intel too, real quick. I can't recall if it was Wes who said it, but I believe that, and I know that Wes has had other cases before, and I know that he's gotten settlements before, and some of them, I believe that share intel was the only admissible evidence that courts allow, like federal court actually allows, from what either he said or someone told me that. So that's, pretty heavy duty stuff. So that means their other stuff is legit. That's all I wanted to add about that.
I think they're the only one. They were asking that earlier. I don't know of a competitor, but maybe I'm wrong. So, Big JR, if Alpine loses, which I fully expect, do they have one more appeal available?
We're trying to figure that out. I think in terms of that actual request for the injunction to stop everything temporarily,
Yep.
I think once that appeal is decided upon, I believe that's it for that. That doesn't mean, I guess, they can't come up with something else. But like not legal advice mentioned as well, that's pretty much, if that gets denied, that's pretty much it. I mean, he doesn't really see any way back.
I don't know if you said it or somebody said it. There's some sort of super duper arbitration thing. I just can't remember the name of it. It's some council or something. That might be a minor place they could go. And then the other thing I think they can still do is, once it just remains the bald choice between accepting Finra's expulsion or trying to appeal it with the SEC. I think they can appeal to the SEC. I don't expect the SEC to stop it. But anyway, wondering what you think.
I think that they have a certain process that you can go through. So if I'm a private broker, I get expelled from Finra. I can go through an appeals process within Finra. It's not within the courts. And then their entities. So you can go back. If you wanted, you could say, okay, we don't like this decision. We're going to appeal to, I believe we said it was an NA something, some council of people
Right.
that can review the case. They're going to review the case anyway. So what's happening right now is the expulsion hearing is temporarily halted while they make this decision on the appeal of the injunction. They did mention, though, that it did begin. So they started it. They did not stop it, which to me means they were not going to wait for this case to end before they make this ruling. I don't think they would have started that on June the 5th, I believe it was. They would not have started that, in my opinion anyway, if they were not planning on not waiting for the end of this case to decide what they were going to do. That's good news for us.
Yep.
But they have, I believe, 2 or 3 more days. They estimate that that hearing will take, which is that's a lot of days. A lot of evidence, I'm guessing, in all of this. So after that, after they say, hey, you guys are done, here's our decision. Alpine keeps arguing that once that comes down, that's going to screw them because they can't do business anymore. The cease and desist is still in place through this whole time, actually. Even back from March of last year or whatever it was. And I think that's why they were slow walking the other appeals, because I believe they were investigating them the whole time. If I had to guess, that's just an educated guess. But they can appeal if they want the decision, but that doesn't mean they're not going to be expelled. That's what they Alpine keeps saying, well, we can appeal through this process, but it's still going to basically destroy our business, which is, it's already on its, we all know it's already on its last leg anyway, right? So, in fact, that's why they started doing all this stuff, was because they weren't making enough money. I mean, you can go back and look at all the other stuff going back to 2019 saying, hey, money trouble started to pop up 2018, 17, and they started making all these changes and taking money out of people's accounts and charging them excessive fees and blah, 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 blah. And so, I think that once we figure out, they can appeal, but I think it's going to be for naught, in my opinion. But they can try, but yeah.
They're going down. There's no way out. I agree with you. I was just wondering what your understanding was. It's funny how these guys resort to their rights and they start crying foul, but they don't care about the wrongs they do and the people they hurt themselves.
100%. And Not Legal Advice mentioned that the reason why there's almost no chance in hell of it actually getting approved is because they're asking for equitable relief, which means you're walking into a court saying, we didn't do anything wrong, we're getting harmed here, whereas they wouldn't be in court had they not done that stuff in the first place. And the judges all know that, and they know the record, and they've done this multiple times. I think this is the 9th time. They've already been to the appeals court at one time. They tried to take
were
this
they ever,
at one time.
If it's the 9th time, did you find if they were ever expelled before?
I don't know if they were ever expelled before the one that happened in March 2022.
Right.
But I didn't go that deep.
I'm just wondering, this will be final, won't it? This will be, once they're expelled this time, they're done.
The thing that was interesting to me that I thought about it a little bit more was that they were expelled in March, or sometime last year, I believe it was March. Right?
Yes.
And then they began that whole appeal process.
Yes.
And then so this is a whole separate action. But could Finra come back and say, well, we've already expelled you, and we've already gone through this, process of appealing through internally, and the SEC, I believe, can deny looking at it again. That's another area of, appeal for them. But the SEC could say, no, we don't need to look at this again. I wonder if, because everything is already in place, they're doing a secondary expulsion hearing. I don't know what the rules are there, but they might have two in their pocket then. Whereas something were to happen, they could say, well, we'll go back to the old one, and you're expelled now, because they kind of never really finished that. They kind of let them hang on and hang on and hang on. So it's a big cluster. But I mean, there's no way I think they make it out of here.
Yeah, I think they're going to be, as soon as Finra gets the ruling, Finra's going to, that's it, guys. Pack your personal belongings, leave the desks behind.
You know what happens all of this?
What?
If the DOJ just gets involved and says, screw all this nonsense, we're pressing charges, then the whole game is over.
I can see that happening. I can see that being a reason, honestly, why it's been pushed off for months. And also, that's another reason why I think it's these things, as we see, like the Savvy stuff, right? How long did it take them? They're pulling up information. SEC is putting the case out now based upon information from 2017 to 2019. Of course, we had COVID in there, right? So that slowed things down, but they don't move fast. DOJ doesn't move fast. FBI, we got the FBI involved with the GTI stuff with Westpac in California. There's every agency here has an open door to just knock down and make a statement, because they like to do that once in a while when we all scream and yell at them, hey, you guys aren't doing enough. If you go back and look in like 2016, 17, when people were saying Rick should stop naked shorting, I think it was Knight Capital, Knight, the market maker, they got caught naked shorting. They never mentioned any tickers, of course, but there was a whole story about it where a guy was saying, hey, I had this medical stock that was doing good things, making good money. All of a sudden, like we all know, it drops to nothing. And they never mentioned tickers, but this guy had figured out there's probably, one of my tickers here that just kept dropping off the table. But they like to make a splash like that, and then they'll go dark again. Hopefully they, at some point, like we've all talked about, either MMTLP, which I have, I'm in GTI, I'm in Fngr, I'm in all three. I always make winning trades, right? I'm kidding. But anyway, I'm not going anywhere. I've already kind of thought about this the other day, and it's so frustrating for everybody involved. I get it too. Me too. I've got kids I'm trying to put through school. Everyone's got things that are important to them, families. I want my kids to be able to invest in a 401k and not get screwed and robbed. So even if one of these runs and we make good money, I'm going to put a lot of that money into continuing this on, and I'm not stopping. I know a lot of us here aren't going to stop until they fix this. But yeah, SEC likes to say, hey, look, we did something here. You guys are yelling about naked shorts. Here's a little story for you. I think the DOJ, everybody else could easily be looking at all this stuff, because you're talking. They already looked at John Hurry from Alpine and Scottsdale for offshore stuff, and you just don't make that much money and have that many properties, in my opinion anyway, without doing things not by the letter of the law. So yep. You're right, 100. You could have tons of stuff going on that we don't know about in all these cases.
Yeah.
So hey, Big JR, I want to get in here before I go to Richard, because I know he wanted to chime in with what you're saying on the topic. But if you could follow 100 and 100, you could do the same.
That was Big JR.
For some documentation, and he's the man that we're able to provide that for you.
That'd be awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I think we already follow each other.
Okay, good. So
yeah,
please,
thank you.
And if you could get with him, he needs some documents. Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, hi, Busy. And thanks, Big JR, for all you do. Thanks, Little JR, who's hiding somewhere, and 100. And thanks, William, for doing the longest live streams in the history of Earth. I appreciate that. So, two different things. One, I kind of want to take you through the timeline. And
this is not
videos,
legal advice.
I did this already, but I'm going to do it for you, just kind of explain the Alpine timeline. But first, I'm going to address the other issue that gets kind of swept under the rug as to Alpine. So April 2022, after a lengthy disciplinary proceeding, and answer William's question, as far as I know, they have not been previously expelled, and the current expulsion order is still on appeal and not final. Okay. And that there is a mechanism within the procedural realm of the SEC that permits that. So it's kind of where it is. There's an order, but it's not done. But in April 2022, after they did a lengthy disciplinary proceeding based upon charges including that Alpine was stealing clients' money, literally, excessive charges and other improper practices, the hearing officer came down with an order ordering the permanent expulsion of Alpine, which is appealable, and issued a permanent cease and desist order, which is not appealable, or I should say it's not stayable. So the expulsion order is stayed if you file an appeal. In other words, it's not enforced. But the cease and desist order doesn't get that same kind of treatment because it's deemed to be a risk to the public. And if you look at the order from Finra, they reference that because they basically say, you know, it's my language here, but they're basically saying that Alpine and their crew are thieves and scumbags. We can't trust them, so we need this permanent cease and desist order. So that was in place April of 2022. Finra did not act on and they claim to have discovered in excess of 35,000 violations of that April 2022 cease and desist order. They didn't act on that for 1 year, even though they knew, and it was their finding, that there was this misconduct going on.
Not me.
You're breaking up.
This is
Not me.
how about
Wasn't me.
now?
Yeah, you're much better. Sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Richard?
The finding of this misconduct, and
It's not me.
how about I'll try coming back in.
Well, I mean, you keep on breaking in and out, but damn, you were on a roll. Go ahead. I can hear you now better. Go ahead.
Okay. So it's basically Finra was aware of this because it was their finding, but they did nothing for a year. They let the public get shafted at least 35,000 times, according to Finra. And I find that just that of all the things that has occurred in all these actions, that is the most indefensible, because it's Finra's own comments. So that's one. As to two, so they found. Now I'm going to take you the sequence. So April of 2022, disciplinary action by Finra ordering the expulsion on appeal and the cease and desist order. October 2022, Alpine sues Finra, basically saying you don't have authority over us. You don't have the constitutional authority. In or about April or May of 2023, Finra discovers these 35,000 violations, starts a new disciplinary action for violation of the April 2022 cease and desist order. Not the expulsion order, but the cease and desist order. They start a proceeding, I think it's June 5th. They get started. That's when then Alpine seeks the injunction, denied by the district court, goes to the appellate court. It's sitting now with the appellate court. The issue before the appellate court is an injunction stopping Finra from being able to conduct the current disciplinary proceeding. So that's what's the current status. I would expect a ruling from the appellate court as to the injunction literally any day now, and I would be surprised, although, you know, not legal advice, obviously, not financial advice, and not with a K. I would be surprised if the appellate court did not deny the Alpine's request. I would expect it then to go to the disciplinary action, which will have to be noticed. So there'll have to be some notice from Finra of new dates for the remaining hearing, which is supposed to be 2 to 3 hearing days. Then that hearing will be conducted. I expect a hearing probably 15 to 30 days, something like that on that order, but I'm guesstimating. After the end of the hearing officer has 21 days to issue a ruling, but he can do it in less time, but 21 days. And then the party who loses has 25 days to appeal. If it gets to that point in time, and I presume to that point Alpine will still be losing, to get the action on the cease and desist order, which would be putting them out of business in essence, they'd have to get to the SEC and get a stay. I think the SEC will deny that, so that's kind of the timeline in my head that I'm looking at.
Richard, I have a question. So I was thinking about the original expulsion, right, from last year.
Right.
So is it possible that they use that one instead to speed this up, since those time frames have already elapsed?
Yeah, what they would do is they'd probably use not that not the facts, but the existence of a prior expulsion to justify the necessity of shutting them down.
I got you. Yeah, if I'm going to try to get rid of them, I would want to use whatever I could, which is you've already wasted your time has already elapsed. So sorry, but let's speed it up.
Unfortunately, they would be careful because even if because theoretically you could appeal anything and you could theoretically win everything, so you have to be careful not to just completely dispose of someone's rights, even though you know the outcome. But in this case, they certainly can use the existence of something that would have thrown them out to create the urgency now to get things done.
Those are calendar days?
The days I gave you, should be calendar days.
So you're probably talking September before Alpine is finally gone.
Well, as long as, let's say, the appellate court, let's say, acts before the 4th of July,
Yeah.
then I would tack on another 60 to 90 days, something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that. And I'm guessing because I don't have control over the court, but if it's me and I was handling the case and I was kind of guesstimating off the top of my head, that's kind of what I would guesstimate.
How would Alpine keep any business going or any clients that are legitimate?
Well, that's one of my, that's one of my contentions, because let's say in April of 2022, Finra concludes basically these guys can't operate safely. We can't trust them to operate.
Right.
Why didn't Finra put a receiver in, or somebody equivalent to receiver? Receiver, those don't know it. So it's basically a third party who's going to operate the business, but their obligation would be to accord somebody like that, so they can't, they can't F around. They have to be legit. So I did understand why, as of today, as the day we're speaking right now, why has Finra not put someone in there, if they're going to let them conduct business, to at least monitor and try to make sure there's not further misconduct? I mean, if they are pursuing them, then and they've previously found that they've committed misconduct, it doesn't make any sense to me that they wouldn't install an independent party to operate if they were going to let them operate.
Yep. Good point. Thanks.
Hey, Richard, Gerard, go ahead, chime in. And
I got this little or big?
I'm sorry. I have limited time. I wanted to add to something, but you can poke fun of me after I leave, brother. William, the other important thing to note about their clients is that was one of the things Finra charged them with and found them guilty of and told them not to do, and they turned around and did it anyways, was they were overcharging their clients. Then on top of it, they were underpaying to DTCC. So I can't begin to imagine they have a whole lot of clients left in all of this.
Well, so I don't understand the fight at one level. On the other level, I understand the fight because maybe they're continuing to be a conduit for the criminality, in my opinion, of Kurt Kramer and his hellions. But I don't know. Why stay open? Why? I don't know. I can't figure it out. They're not going to get any money out of their accounts. They're not going to build their business. I just can't see the point for the fight.
I understand your point. Maybe they think it's going to keep him out of jail. That might be one reason.
Yeah.
Which would be that's very strong motivation, so that might be a ground. But I don't know, also, maybe in some fashion, and I don't know, by the way, so I'm just speculating.
Yes.
But maybe in some fashion it gives them some ability not to have to cover certain positions yet.
So maybe they're doing it just. I mean, I've always thought that's the thing. Because they can basically use their market maker license to strip money out of the market like an ATM every day, and maybe they're moving positions offshore or elsewhere. But I just don't know who's
true, because I remember one of the violations out of the 35,000 was they had shifted money somewhere, and I don't remember if it was their money or client's money, and maybe that was the original. That was in the original enforcement action. They were caught moving money and were told to move it back. And I remember one of the responses basically saying back to Finra, we moved everything back that you told us to, but we should look into that a little deeper.
Yeah, I believe that was. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to make a smart-ass remark, so feel free.
So I believe it was the original case they had, the original expulsion, and the case they had built for that. I believe they were moving money from Alpine to Scottsdale, and they were not supposed to do that. And you're right, the Finra said put it back, and they did put it back. They were basically taking profits from that, and they were not supposed to do that because that fudges their P&L, right? So you're exactly right. They did do that, and they told them to put it back, and they did at that point in time. We don't know what happened, but we'll have to delve later on into the other stuff later on with John Hurry and Cayman Islands and all the stuff they found with that a few years ago too, because that makes sense as to why they might want to slow it down. Like you said, do they want to? I'm sure they're trying to find the game plan here and locking stuff up. They've already got multiple trusts, multiple LLCs. I mean, they've probably got 20 or 30 that we found. So there's a lot to it, and there could be a lot more to it that we don't know about, like 100% about maybe, somebody else could be looking into this, and they might be ratting out other people. We don't know. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff that could be going on that we have no idea as to why they would want to do that. But Richard, this U.S. Appeals Court appeal on the injunction, if that gets denied, is that the final appeal they can have, or they're allowed for that particular injunction? Is that right?
Well, they could file, they could ask the Supreme Court to intervene, but that's just going to be a piece of paper headed to Williams area and then sent back. That's all that's going to happen. They could do it, but it's not going to have any value.
They did that one time before when they were in appeals court before, and it got shot down really quick.
I'm sure they're, whoever's representing them, I thought I saw their name today. I was looking at some document, I saw the name of the counsel, and I don't remember. But whoever's representing, if they're getting paid, they're being told, do everything possible, and they're going to do everything possible. And if that means losing like 20 times, they'll lose 20 times, but that's kind of their marching orders. And, part of it, I was thinking as you were talking, there's law practices that are set up just to protect assets. And, you can pay a lot of money and they'll prepare all kinds of sophisticated ways, some of them legal, some of them not, to protect assets. So and I don't know what's going on with these guys, the Kramers or anybody associated with them, but it wouldn't shock me that in the amount of time they've had, that's one of the things that they're trying to engage in. And they're probably looking at how to set up future businesses, all those kind of things that you see about and hear about in the movies when people are being chased that have big obligations, probably all going on, offshore accounts. That's probably what's going to happen. I don't think, and it depends what your goal is. If you want people in prison, then that's unfortunate because, I don't think most times, if you look at the history of criminal violations and number of people that actually go to prison, it's a very, very tiny number of people. So I know why people get pissed, but that as a goal often is a very frustrating goal. So they may not go anywhere, but hopefully they are, at the end, have a lot less cash and have a lot more restrictions on what they can and cannot do and where they can and can't go.
Hey, Richard, I have a question for you. What does this do for MMTLP? Because we know that Alpine is involved in MMTLP.
Well, I think, for all, whatever, that's the thing we were talking about from the MMTLP side. Obviously, that's from whence we all came. That if one goes, I think they all kind of go. because they're all going to have the similar deal flow here. That's one. I think they have a lot of commonality in who the players are too. We're going to start to find similar players in a lot of these same plays, and on top of that, I think Ham referenced it. There's going to be parties that are going to turn. They're going to not want to go to prison or not face large liabilities. They would going to want immunity, or they're going to want to settle cases, either one, and they're going to turn on other people. They're going to save theirs, and that's going to implicate others, and that's just kind of how these things work. And it's going to happen all of a sudden. Somebody's going to turn on somebody, and then people are going to start to get really worried, and you'll start seeing people volunteer information, and that'll lead to other matters. So I think it's whichever one kicks off with a conclusion. That's why JR and I are kind of like, we've been talking about that Sorrento Therapeutics, because that's a finding of naked shorts. We think, wherever there's a finding in a current court.
He probably had a phone call. You left off wherever there's a finding. Is it just me, or is he breaking up?
He's breaking up. He's breaking up.
Richard, you're robot bad, but you left off findings.
He's giving away too much good information. They targeted him.
Richard, you were roboting.
How about now?
Much better.
You're fine.
Wherever the finding.
Yeah, I know. I was babbling so long, I don't know what I was talking about. So, next person who wants to speak, feel free.
I just wanted to, it's very quick. It might be a pedantic point, but I wanted to say to Big JR that Scottsdale is Justine Hurry, but you probably already know that.
And Richard, you left off wherever the findings. So after Big JR, go ahead and continue, Richard. And I see you, Marduk. I see you, Kevin, Danielle. I see you guys. Just give me a second. Go ahead, Big JR.
Yeah, they at one point they split up the trust, I believe, 50-50. I don't know if that was a strategic move, or they split up or what. I don't know, but they split stuff up quite a bit, and they tried to kind of disseminate it throughout their different trusts. And I think what Richard was saying too, makes a lot of sense. Hey, let's filter some of this money. Let's find a way to lock some of this money up if we're going down, and we need to go on and find a different avenue to do business. Yeah,
because that's kind of a no risk position, right? The downside is it gets caught, and they have a bunch of transactions that might get reversed or partially reversed, but otherwise they think they're probably exposed in full. So very little downside for a criminal or someone who is thinking like a criminal.
Okay, go ahead. And I have to put our hands up to 100. So, what?
Yeah, I just wanted to second what Richard had mentioned earlier about them managing their positions, and then William, he snuck an uppercut in there and said, they're probably looking at Scottsdale, and I'm smiling from ear to ear because I understand the significance of the Alpine Scottsdale connection, and I also understand where Richard was, the reason why he said what he said before, and he brought Ham into the conversation, where Ham made it very clear that these people will start singing. It just takes one agreement to make that happen. And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, this is a situation where you've got clients managing their positions, and they're trying to get away from them as best as they possibly can, but they can't because they're trapped. It's a Chinese finger trap. There's no way you can get out.
Thank you, 100. So it's going to be Kevin, Marduk, and Danielle. Kevin, thank you for patiently waiting. Go ahead. You have the mic.
Thanks, Buzzy. So, I just want to quickly comment on what Richard and the guys were saying. I mean, I think it was Richard. He hit the nail on the head. It depends on what their agenda is. It depends on what they want to achieve with what they're doing. And the only conclusion I can come up with as to why it's taking as long and why they allow so much, wrong to go on before they take action is that to them it's an exercise of cover your ass. I mean, they're doing it for each other, they're doing it for themselves, and they're just trying to say, well, how can we keep this whole thing under wraps so that
That's a good
the whole
point.
thing doesn't
That's a very
explode
good point.
in all of our faces, and if it does explode,
Because you cleanse
we
it
can
through
say,
the court
we were
system.
doing this, we were doing that.
You might limit some
That's
of
how
your
I
other
sum up,
liabilities by getting a
what
final
I've
court
heard
final
about the
court
whole Alpine thing.
ruling. That's a good
But
point.
what I really wanted to say was that I've been putting out a series of tweets which I call Strike 1, Strike 2, Strike 3.
Well, maybe that
today
was the
I
guy that
put
did
out,
strike 1, strike
that
2,
I
strike
called
3.
Strike 4, and it was to do with how they use derivative contracts, and they do a combination of puts and calls to fabricate false locates, because they're trying to again come up with reasons why they can sell stock that they don't own. They need the locates, and we know that, and we've known for some time. I mean, John Verder has spoken about this. Many other people have spoken about how they use these derivative contracts to produce fake locates. And I just don't want this to sort of get lost sight of, because I think it's a really hot thing right now. Because yesterday there was a drop of a document by an insider trader who's obviously very familiar with how these instruments are used, and in fact he describes in these documents 3 different ways in which they use derivatives to circumvent the locate requirement, or to come up with fake locates in order to do the shorting. And I know that John's aware of it, but I just don't, I don't want to even mention the guy's name, because I don't have his permission. He trademarked it. He even went as far as trademarking his document, and it's mind-boggling reading. But
How do Kevin? I'd love to hear how they do it. I'll try to find the document, but how do they involve options with those derivatives? And the reason I'm asking is, for example, in Fngr, there doesn't seem to be enough open interest that options explain their ability to crush the stock. I've always thought there might be derivative contracts tied to it somehow.
yeah, William, to be honest, I mean, you're asking a sort of a purist, and my position is that it is impossible for a derivative contract to be used to create.
I agree with you.
Because it's 2 contracts between 2 outside parties that just cannot provide the basis for a locate, but they're doing it. And
How do they do it? How does it get past muster?
Can I make
I don't believe it can. Maybe somebody else knows better than me, but I don't believe it's possible. To me, it's like expecting to drop something and gravity not to work.
Do they get a lawyer to write a false opinion letter?
William, 100 wants to chime in. Go
All
ahead,
right,
100.
sorry, 100.
I'm going to put a limb out and say I have a feeling they're creating a secondary security of sort to borrow against, use that as collateral, and they're borrowing against the debt that's already out there. So think of it as a bond,
Yeah.
and then you issue against that bond, and you do round robin.
Right.
And then you swap it, and you constantly swap it.
Right.
So the derivative hides in the swap.
But
You
it's
know, they
unbelievable.
make this stuff so complicated. You know, we have a term where I come from. It's a little bit crude, and it's basically that, you know, BS baffles brains, and they make this so convoluted and so complex that they think, oh, they've come up with the ultimate, and I'll quote, plumbing to excuse their fraud. But at the end of the day, that's what it is. But my main aim with bringing this up now is, you know, I want people to be aware that it's happening, but I also want people to be aware that there is this like really incriminating evidence out there, and if you haven't read it and you're inclined to read it, go and try and find it.
How?
The guy who put it out has a habit of, he puts something out and then he immediately goes and deletes it. Because I don't know whether he's scared, whether he has a target on his back, or whether he, you know, I don't know what his motives are. But John Berger referenced it in a tweet yesterday, but I don't even know whether it's still up. But I know that there's copies of it. People have screenshotted it, and I just don't want us to lose sight of it, you know, because I think we need to get back to this point, because I really do think it's extremely incriminating, and it's a part of the charges that need to be brought against them. So yeah, go and check out John's Twitter feed, and I'm sure you'll find it.
So, Kevin, the Sabi ruling that I read it June 12th, I'm not a lawyer, but one of the things they made clear is you cannot sell stock with the promise to deliver it later, to find it / deliver it later, unless you've already located it prior to your sale. But I guess this methodology, or this plumbing they've come up with, they come up with a fake locate. So you're creating fake shares with a fake locate. It's a nightmare.
I mean, it's a fake locate. It has to be, because it's based on a contract. It's like you and I, you know, agreeing between each other that, you know, the one's going to create an obligation and give the other one an option to exercise a right.
I know, but
buy,
that's...
But it's in future, and that is impossible to create a share.
That's what the Sabi ruling said very clearly about these toxic notes, convertible notes,
right.
That just because you're going to get those shares later on doesn't mean you can sell them now. And this would seem to come under that ruling, but I don't know that the SEC, every lawyer that files something agrees with every other SEC lawyer. I don't know.
Anyway, that's basically what I wanted to say. If we can just keep it up there, and if you're interested, go and find it. And if you can't find it, you know, I know John knows about it.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mark.
Well, you're welcome.
The guys, they love to talk. It's great. No, honestly, like, it's fine. Totally fine with that. It's been wonderful discourse. I love hearing it. It's inspiring. It allows us to brainstorm, get the neurological juices flowing, if you will. The only thing, well, there's two things, but the main thing that I wanted to grab a mic and just speak on, because there's a bunch of people in here.
I thought my job was to do some
talking. If they had
talking.
seen it, they would have liked it and retweeted it. Is the tweet in the nest by Huckleberry. By the way, there will be a space later tonight. I do believe Smokey is hosting it. And Huckleberry's going to go into great detail about this tweet. This is big. This is very big. I see that he's in the room. I'll just personally say thank you, Huckleberry and Syntax, for the excellent detective work. Wonderfully done. The entire community appreciates your contributions very, very much. The second thing I want to talk about, I'll just put it in the nest as well. It's Stock Cube doing his little Stock Cube thing in regards to metamaterials retaining West Christian. Just give it a look. It's a couple of minutes when you have time. Watch it, vibe it, come to your own conclusions, right? This is never is anything I say or Stock Cube says financial advice by any means. It is up to you to manage your financial situation, and decisions you make are up to you. But I think it's I love how he just has a document of particular things, and
Big JR
the way
is good.
he lines things up in his posts kind of coincides with how my brain works. So always had a lot of respect for this guy. If you don't have him added, it'd be a good idea to follow him and put on notifications, because not only is he really on the ball with the updates that the company puts out, but he usually has a really interesting perspective on anything metamaterials. So check it out. I'm not seeing it in the nest. Is it there?
Are you talking about the space call tonight, or the video that you're talking about?
The video I was talking about.
It says if you think Meta has been, is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm not seeing it on my end. Okay.
I see it up there. And also, I did put on the nest the Smokey space call that he's going to be having. So it looks like it's going to be at 5 o'clock Pacific and 8 o'clock Eastern time. So that's there right now, up on the nest.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Busy. Appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you, Mark Duke. Danielle, go ahead. You have the mic. And Huckleberry, if you want to come up to the mic and just basically explain what you guys are going to talk about, you're more than welcome to. Thanks. Go ahead, Danielle.
I just had a question. JR and Richard were giving Richard was giving a lot of different dates. So just so I can settle this in my mind.
It boils down to 2 months.
Expectation for the possibility of them being kicked out by Finra. We're talking about that it's possible that won't
Could be
happen
soon.
for another 60 days. Did I hear him properly?
Yeah.
Big JR, you can chime in.
I think with the appeals process, it could be anywhere between 30 to 90, depending on which route Finra takes in terms of them actually being officially, finally expelled. We don't know yet. We don't know yet if that. I believe that as soon as the expulsion takes place, I think that the way Alpine was arguing it is that they would be done because they would not be able to conduct business. I'll have to look at that further, but that doesn't mean everything's going to unwind anyway all at once. And if we're looking at that in terms of a GTI catalyst, I mean, for me, it's always been kind of icing on the cake because we always kind of knew what was going on there. For me, anyway, that's just me. I am a shareholder, and it's not any kind of financial advice, but for me, that's just icing on the cake with everything else going on. But yeah, we don't really know for sure how long it could take. They could take several routes. I think the fact that they started the hearing already, they did not wait to start that hearing until this case was done. They went ahead and started it while this case was going on. Means to me that they're going to try to move very quickly if possible.
Yeah, they're going to try and move it along. But that process, even being moved along, could still take possibly up to 60 days.
Yeah, it could take 30, 60, 90. It depends on a lot of things. You know, they don't have to. SEC is one of those options which they can appeal to, and I believe that they don't have to look at that. But
That's
they're going to
Big
go through
JR.
that process, and they're going to do it the right way. Yeah. So it may take a little while, but it's goose is already cooked. I mean, it's been for a while.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for the info.
No, Thank you, Danielle. I know you were waiting for a while, and I appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you. Renaissance.
Yeah, thanks. This is for JR. Just two questions. One is, at what point is Alpine not able to engage and do business in relation to GTI specifically? And
That's a good
when
question.
it comes to, you said icing on the cake and catalyst, where we, and I'm not holding you to it, but just so I can understand the process of, this GTI start to move as, because we're not really going to know, really, we're going to be kept in the dark a little bit about the hearing, where we start seeing movement. And I guess kind of that's connected to the first question of how Alpine can kind of still screw around with GTI until a certain point, and what that point is.
You have to unmute yourself, Big JR.
That's a great question. It's hard to tell, to be honest with you, if they're even involved anymore in it. What are they doing with it? Are they shuffling it around? We assume they are, but it's really difficult to tell, like a drop dead date, or did they already pass it off to somebody else? I'm sure that's already offshore. I'm sure they already have other people to kind of maybe get themselves away from it if they can do that, in my opinion. But we really don't know. There's no way to really tell, honestly. But for me, icing on the cake being that I don't see that as being the main driver for if GTI were to squeeze. I don't think that, we went with the 9 already in the fall without any of that information. So that's the way I look at it on my side, if that helps.
So it does. So potential offshore, I'm just seeing the price action, going up, not, hitting around that dollar mark, but then going back down into the 70s again. And obviously there are other shorts that are bringing it down. So the mindset is not to look at, or the way it should be framed is not Alpine really doing this. It's just other shorts jumping in and bringing this down.
You could have, well, I think that if you look at the shares available to borrow each day, it's been going up and up and up. It hasn't really been touched in terms of lately anyway. The last 2-3 weeks, it's been they've not been trying to short it on a real short standpoint. On the everything else, they're just like Ham said, they're just washing back and forth. Again, if they're trying to buy time to do everything else they're trying to do, that could be why they're doing it. I've never seen a stock sit there like that, barcode all day, and then just, it's been like a crawl, right? So something just doesn't seem right to me, and maybe if 100's on here, you can speak to that a little bit, but it's not trading normally to me. And
that's exactly why I'm asking, because I completely agree with you, Jared. And just from what I've been watching, it's something's not making sense.
Right. Yeah, it could be they're trying to just kind of temporarily freeze it. They know what's coming. I don't know. That's kind of beyond my realm, but 100 might have some information on that, possibly.
I can't speak on it specifically because I'm not really watching the tape every hour, but at the same time, I have been watching other securities that have not traded
I don't know, Chris.
in a decade, and they are now activated. So
because he represents
definitely something going
GTI.
on in the system, and there are definitely institutions moving money around. That's all I can say.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that would make a lot of sense. William and Kevin, by the way, the information you were talking about before, William, I can get that to you.
I'd love it.
What he was talking, I'll have Jenny send it to you, okay?
And I'm looking. She says, please extend my thanks to Big JR for his great work.
Tell her thanks. She's awesome, too.
And since I'm speaking, I'll apologize to Marduk I'm sorry I took too much time talking. All right. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. I think Busy had to step away, so he said Soul's was next. I don't know if Soul doesn't have his hand up. Soul, do you still want to take a mic or speak? Okay, if not, I think it was then Asian B and then Sean and Rob. Go ahead, Asian.
Hey,
Jenny, you heard what he said.
Hey, Big JR. Hey, I got a question. I know we talk about Alpine a lot, and what the DTCC came out in November or October. But as a prime broker, but that's just one, right? Do we know that there's others? Because obviously there's West Christian and stuff is looking into Credit Suisse, which is now owned by UBS.
This is kind of your question,
they're
Chris.
taking on their liabilities and on all their positions, and many others. Is Alpine the biggest prime broker in this play that is short, or like do we know
Crookedest.
Anybody else that's taking over? I know Ham talks a lot about them opening up a whole bunch of LLCs in overseas in the Cayman Islands and all this crap. But
so Jenny, who was that?
Alpine goes,
who was that partner that opened up the broker,
and then
the prime broker in
happens.
Connecticut? Visionaire.
What happens next?
Well, with the Credit Suisse information, by the way, it was interesting because in the Gtii case in the Southern District of New York, Credit Suisse was the only prime broker that has not responded to that case at all. Not one blip, not one answer, nothing.
Hey, that's right, Big. They have not. So, what's going on?
So the question would be is because they were tied up with the UBS stuff, did it get lost in translation? Is it sitting on someone's desk? Did that person get fired? They just fired 35,000 people, UBS or UBS / Credit Suisse. Are they the ones that are talking right now? They didn't want to even be on not even file anything because they didn't want to be involved in it. Are they the ones talking to us? We don't know that. I think that if you're talking about the stuff that happened back with the DTCC back in November. They
pretty good
called out the
information.
Concentrated net short position, which if you break down and just look at what a concentrated position is and what a net position is, that means to me, from my math, and again, this is my opinion, that they did not have enough longs to cover their shorts, and they put it in plain writing. So those don't go away as far as I know. They can be still kind of pontificating there and going around in circles while we're going through all of this while they're making their plans. But there could be, there's always been rumblings of other bigger holders, so to speak, that will have a piece of this possibly. So TD was one. I remember hearing that rumor a while back. Can't verify it. The Swiss one, which was the 19 million one. I had heard one about TD being maybe 60, 70 million at one point. I can't recall where I heard it, but so yeah, you could have others in there. It's really hard to tell, but they would probably, like Ham always says, they work in packs. You know what I mean? They're like a pack of wolves. They're going to all work together the best they can to pool their money a lot of times to try to make as much as they can. So I would not be surprised. I don't think if it's hard to tell. I mean, like I said before, in terms of catalyst for GTII, we had a real short in GTII, which we think was covered around that time somewhere. It was maybe 1.5 million, 2 million shares, went from 60 cents to $9. I mean, that's just insane to think about. If you've got somebody, even if numbers were off, and what has been said that the short might be by a ton, even with a 10 million short, I mean, it's insanity how much that ran just on that little bit of, short coverage. It's just insane to think about. This is why Ham has always said it's the best setup that he's seen ever before. And, calling out GMB, he mentioned, we're looking at Fngr now. Fingr's kind of got a lot of stuff going on, similar situations, but he's saying, that looks like it's trading like GME was trading back in the day. There's just a lot of stuff going on, but it's hard to tell. I mean, it really is. I don't, unless you're inside and you really see it, or once it happens, I think maybe you would know. We may never know. I mean, look what happened with GME. I mean, SEC's report said we didn't find any naked shorting. I mean, we know that's bullshit, but they're not going to come out and say, oh yeah, we dropped the ball, we didn't see this, so we may never know who it was. We may just see a ton of buying at some point in time, which was what we're looking for, and it may take a year or 2 or 3 to sort out who it was. And I think by then, some people aren't going to care. I'd want to know who it was if we can find out, but it could be anybody. I mean, when you're talking offshore, washing trades, moving stuff around, it's very complicated. and they're banking on all of us not wanting to look into it or spend the time and research to find out how it's done. And this time, in my opinion, they're wrong.
All right, thanks. Thanks for the explanation, man. I appreciate it. I'll step down.
Kevin's good. Jenny does a lot of work too, and maybe they share efforts. I don't know.
Privilege to Smokey. He came up to the mic, and I believe this space call is going to be held tonight.
Smokey's good.
8 o'clock Eastern Time, 5 o'clock Pacific. I want him to share of what kind of information, and if he doesn't want to share the information, just the importance of that space call for tonight. So please, Smokey, you have the mic.
Hey, thank you very much, Busy, for letting me come up and talk about this real quick. So I am not going to give any of the information. I'm going to leave that up to Huckleberry. He's going to be able to explain this to you guys like a 5-year-old. Like, no joke, he's going to break this all down for you. However, the importance of this is extreme. He may have actually found a crack. He may have actually found the loophole legally, and we won't know, of course, until somebody picks it up and actually goes with it. But he may have found this loophole legally, and he's going to be able to explain this to you guys a little later tonight. Yes, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. This could honestly help possibly change the game as far as it goes with the whole lawyers and all that stuff, with, you know, the way they're chasing this. So just make sure you're there, make sure you tune in. He's really going to be able to explain this stuff to you. The forms he's found, I mean, that tweet that he put out earlier today is nothing compared to the way he's going to be able to just tell you how this should have worked and how he's found that none of these certain things exist or do exist, or how all of this does or doesn't work. So stay tuned for that for sure.
Thank you, Smokey. If anybody wondering where is that space call going to be held at, please visit my Twitter page, my profile, and I just retweeted it. Thank you. Thank you, Smokey, and I'll be there.
Thanks, bud.
Go ahead, Anna, and then continue with Hans, please.
Thanks. Hey, Smokey, can I ask you, are you going to record the space?
I'll text him.
No, say no, never. No, say no, never. No more.
I just removed it. My apologies for the space call. Smokey, Anna was asking, is that space call going to be recorded, sir?
Yes, it is. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave. My thumb hit the button. Yes, it will be recorded. You know, so that way people can hear it later on. And then I do believe Huck and I have plans to do an actual YouTube video on it as well, because I know how those space calls can get lost in space. So that way on YouTube it'll be at least easier to track it down later on down the road.
Terrific. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Anna. I don't know who's next because I walked away from the...
Thanks. Okay, I'm going to go. I think it was Rob, then Sean, and then Ginseng. I'm pretty sure that was the order.
I think Sean was first.
Sean was first? Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Sean.
I just wanted to, before we got too far from 100's topic, or what 100 was saying, there's a lot of things happening in the market right now. There's a big bunch of big tech shorts that are, under squeeze, whether it be from NVIDIA or any of these tech stocks that are moving currently, the AI stocks, as well as multiple litigation stocks, or litigation cases. GTI, MMTLP, AMC's got a court decision tomorrow. You got Ryan Cohen coming into GME. So there's a lot of original, meme stock things that are happening. There's a lot of big cap stocks that are, flipping. And then market from overall market sentiment, while we're, still in a recessionary fear, when you look at the macro level of events, the market is actually expanding. So big money has been short. The S&P is at one of the highest shorted rates of all times right now, and the market is still carrying on. And then we had the Fed bank test today, and they tested I think it was the 97 banks total, and said everybody passed the stress test. So anybody from a bigger end, from big money or from a short hedge fund that was worried or expecting the market to sell off here, they're currently caught with their pants down. So as, you know, the SEC, you know, pretends to try to get their ducks in a row, and we keep the pressure on, things are going to get, you know, a little bit, you know,
I don't know
spicier,
what time it is.
In the whole aspect, not even in our ticker
I assume he's
specific
going to
cases.
close
So
off
I
this
just wanted to
call
make the
pretty
point,
soon.
Like 100 said, there's tickers that I've watched that have been trading for the past 2 years, moving money around, that have been closing up shop. You know,
Matthew.
you know, and all of a sudden they were trading sub a penny, they take a
Yeah,
pump, and all
there's
of
a
a
lot
sudden now
going
they're gone.
on.
And then there's tickers like 100 was saying that have been
And let me
dormant
tell you
for
about it.
a few years that are all of a sudden, you know, are taking pops out of nowhere. So it just keep your eyes out, keep your eyes open, or keep your ears open.
I keep my eyes wide open all the time.
Thank you, Sean. Okay, I think it was Ginseng next, because Rob, you have your hand down. Rob, did you still want to take a mic?
I did, yeah. Sorry, I was
Okay,
just waiting,
yep, sorry,
waiting
go
for
ahead.
Sean. That's okay. Earlier, Big JR and 100 were talking about barcoding. Were they talking about MMAT?
I think Fngr. GTI.
MMAT has been barcoding for the last half of the day. It went down at open, and then it climbed back up, and then it's been barcoding half the day.
That's a bad
So
sign.
I sent 100 a screenshot of the 1 minute
It's a
chart
bad
today.
sign.
And it's just the whole day. It looks like they've just been washing trades all day long.
Bad
Yeah,
sign.
there's definitely a lot of, like I said, there's institutions moving money around, so it doesn't surprise me that you would see close trading action like that. I tend to look at things a little bit more on the macro rather than the micro nowadays, because I kind of understand the formula day to day. So to me, it's, you know, I expect the stock either to continue to drop because they're going to continue to make it short it until there's a catalyst.
607, thanks.
But it'll get to a point
No, Lucky's
that
fine.
on the algorithm, it'll force these algorithms to turn.
But I might...
And, you know, it's a computer versus governance
Thank
issue
you, Jenny.
at this point.
If you have the name with him, I don't have
Well,
to
listen,
say
I
it, so
DM'd
that's
you a
great.
Screenshot. Would you do me a favor and just DM me about 10% of your knowledge of the financial market so that I can learn? Just 10% is all I'm asking for.
It'll be like 20 pages right there, buddy.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it. You're effing brilliant. All right, thanks. Appreciate it. I'll step down.
Thank you, Rob. Okay, I think it was Ginseng next.
Hi, hello, Anna. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I hear you well. Thank you.
Hi, hello. Sorry, a little off topic. I've always call my DC office, you know, to talk to the rep's office. Today I decided to call my local office, and they were all new interns.
No, I haven't
They heard
either.
about MMTLP, very fascinated about the whole story. That one guy that I spoke to even went on
Ryan,
to
I mean, you
MMTLP
can only
resources
do what
right away.
you want to do. My
Told me that he will pass on the message to the responsible party in their office.
feeling...
And so I just want to touch up that, you know, new internship started. There are a lot of
My
new
feeling on
colleagues in
Fngr
this office
is
just
that
answering
you
phone calls. And,
shouldn't sell
you know,
here.
there's a high possibility they have never heard
It
of
would
the
be a
MMTLP.
time to buy. I think
This
it's going to go
internship
back
usually
up.
lasts,
But
you
the
know, 3
risk
weeks,
is...
couple months. So
The risk
they're
to that
very
is it could
helpful,
go back down.
listen, and I think it's a great way to just get our story out. Yesterday when the PR came out from Meta, a lot of new people just from our community posting how strong our community is, and just, you know, very...
I can't,
just good
with
words. And I
since
think
I'm using
because
this phone
we're
for
so
this
season in
call,
time, we're not going anywhere.
I
So
can't
I
show
just
you
wanna
the chart, but you can
say,
look up the chart of Fngr.
good job, everyone in this community. We've been in this for 200 days. We'll continue until the resolution comes.
I
Thank
don't
you.
have an eraser here, but
Thank you, Ginseng. I kind of want to just chime in on that, and then I'm going to go to Richard. But yes, that's great that you were able to reach someone new today and educate them. I had a great call this morning with one of my contacts in Congress, and that was my discussion with her this morning was, you know, I've met with a lot of these senior staffers now, and, you know, I've only been trading a year, and I understand the market manipulation better than many of the people that I've met with. And my conversation was, you know, it's very important that we we've worked towards getting these senior staffers that actually write the legislation to put forth to Congress, that they are educated on, how we're all being defrauded. And she agreed with me, and so that's kind of the force that I'm working on now is how do we continue to push forth in educating these staffers that are working on MMTLP. So I really appreciate you sharing that, and thanks. Okay, hi Richard.
Sorry, one more thing I want to throw in. It's important to also mention, the potential federal and state income tax that we would have had to pay if those 2 days weren't taken away. I was discussing with the rep how my local school district is cutting down budget, and that income tax I would have paid would have went to, infrastructure, profit, nonprofit organization, school. It would have benefited.
Yeah, Ryan, if you're green,
those 2 days were not taken away. So I think that's one thing.
This is a terrible chart of what's happened, but we've had a W bottom in the stock. It's rallied. I can't remember the rest of it. 11 or 12 days, just almost straight. And then it's pulled back about 20% or so. And this is the 200-day moving average.
Hey Richard, sorry
So
I
it's
to get to you. Thank you,
I always appreciate your
it closed, I think, just above it.
I appreciate all your work because I know all the work you do. And
I know back here, Ryan, there's on the candle charts. I would say that tomorrow, Fngr could spike down briefly, and I would say 285. But I wish I could show you the chart. But this 50-day moving average is a lot lower. So that, if you want to try to avoid that, you can.
I was thinking 90 days.
I think this is just normal.
Just to be safe. It's legal time, so it always can be longer. And I would expect, if I was going to guess, between longer and shorter in legal time, it's usually longer. But in my mind, it's 90 days plus or minus. If it happens sooner, great. If it happens longer, so be it.
So
it's going to happen, but that's kind of the way I look at it. And I know JR was trying to give his best estimate. He was in that same neighborhood. So I just wanted to clarify that. The other one was when someone, and by the way, not legal advice with a K and an N, just for everybody's clarification. Second part is somebody was asking about how to time, I think basically my interpretation was how to time the squeeze, how you would know. So my limited experience is
you don't know
when a stock has moved.
You don't
after
know.
the stock moved, unfortunately. Usually somebody knows before me. So how do they know? And I don't know if it would apply in the GTI.
Somebody gets a buy-in order and they tell all their friends.
But you can imagine, for example, let's say the court was going to issue a ruling.
If it traded down tomorrow, Ryan, I would expect it to go sideways and then back up. I don't expect it to collapse. But I also think this chart is silly. Once we're done, I'll show you a chart, Ryan, and I'll explain my thoughts on it.
I happen to think that a lot of times there is some source of information, somebody gets wind of it, it works its way to somebody who can take advantage of it, and then we see a move. So the only thing that anybody ever taught me on Wall Street that I think I've learned is I can't figure out when things are going to move, and that includes when something will squeeze. And so I wouldn't look for or rely upon anything for a squeeze or an event. That's not financial advice.
Okay,
I would
YP.
add to what Richard just said. I guess the best thing that you could possibly do is watch the stock's price go above the 52-week high and then have really
We just did that with Fngr.
volume as that price continues to reach new highs rapidly, and you would know.
When it comes to astronomical volume, if it's, let's say it's shorted at 300 million, you're looking at, volume, and as it's getting, you're not hit 30 million yet, it's moving up. Could you speak a little bit on what that looks like?
Let me see if I can just show this to you, Ryan.
Keep track. So, let's say it's 200 million, but we're at,
hey, boy.
I'm just throwing numbers out. GTI is at 300. So, do we still have room to go? But when you say astronomical volume, what does that look like, if you don't mind going into it?
It's really just taking average volume for the last 52 weeks, and once that volume starts to, it spikes up. Like it's an anomaly.
So Ryan, here's Fngr.
Financials or on the
here's Fngr, Ryan,
you start to see
and you can see. You can see that here we rallied somewhat, and then it was down, up, down. But this little action here is a double bottom, and I think a strong indication the stock's going up. We then rallied.
They like to play games and restrict the options until day 2 or day 3, right? Just to control it. But
we rallied for.
Times, yeah, I would agree. The options that open interest.
Look at the volume, Ryan. Look at the straight upward movement.
It's the price action,
and if you look
if it's just price action
backwards, there's a couple of days with volume.
You should be paying attention, but that's not confirmation.
But I don't think this stock is going down. Here's the risk, though. There's the risk right there. The 50-day moving average at $2. So that's the risk. I think this right here could be some kind of support. But Ryan, when you break through a 200-day moving average, you're breaking through resistance. It then comes down, and that becomes support. I think I think two things are going to happen. One, they're going to spike it down, and it's going to come back through. Or they try to trade it down in the open market, and it's going to go back up. They may bounce this a few times before it goes back up. I don't think so. I think it's going to go back up very quickly.
That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Usually those things, thanks, Smokey. They usually work out in the factor of 10.
So then, Ryan,
but when it's not
Ryan,
squeeze, it's a factor of 3 or more.
These guys are pretty smart with numbers.
But yeah, you use the distribution channels. I use the Bali's and I'll use a Fed, but again, a short squeeze is an anomaly, and
you can't chart it
unless you know how to day trade it on a very short period of time and have experience. Swinging it, I don't encourage.
So Ryan, I just want to show you.
Thank you.
I don't know how many shares you own.
Something else before I move on to another hand.
But
yeah, I just wanted to.
A friend of mine bought
there's some kind of
over 10,000 shares, so I'll use 10,000.
I think it's an investor-related call, but since they put the PR out today about hiring Wes, it may be addressed, and maybe they'll address naked shorting in general. I think it's 11 Eastern, I think. And if you go on to their metamaterials site, I'm sure you could find it because it's available. You can register for it and listen to it. But I think naked shorting is going to be an issue. I don't know if Wes is going to be participating, but it may relate to, again, as we know,
I don't know, Ryan. Maybe just using an example, somebody buys 10,000 shares of Fngr at $250. They've got 25,000 invested. That
that's
went up.
something that some of us would like to listen to, and maybe that would provide
That
some
went up
additional
to
information
40.
that might be useful or interesting to some of us.
Yeah, and I'll get one with one of the community members, or
That
I'll get with
that
Smokey,
went
or
to
maybe
like
Mark
42,000
Savvy, somebody that we could actually
in that run up,
stream it live. That way,
and all of a
the
sudden
community members get to listen to it. So I'll work on that tonight.
it's down to, I don't know. I'm rough numbers.
Go ahead, Anna. Who was next? It was David.
It's
David
down.
was next.
It's down to 31,000, and I can understand going. The person that I know bought it at a higher price, by the way, because oh my gosh, I don't want it to sell off. And ignore if this is more than you bought. Don't worry, it's easily divisible. It's just an example.
I don't want to like step on anybody's toes. Hey, can you tell me how you put a hand up on this thing? Because I don't want to get kicked out. Because I'm still learning how to.
Yeah, no problem. You see the little heart button, and you have like a wand. You have
So-
like two silhouettes.
Ryan,
You have the heart.
you're worried in
Okay,
this
you click on
example.
that,
You're
and then
worried
to
that
the far
this
right,
could come
there's a
down
hand.
and you're going to turn it to red.
After I hit
I
on
just
the
want
heart,
to point out that
And you click on that. Try it right now. Then you'll get a hand up.
Okay.
That's great.
Fngr has great fundamentals. It is a growing company, and their benchmark put out a research piece saying $5 is their target, but they could increase.
in your live shows with the
Not now.
counterfeit
Don't do it
shares
now.
with the naked shorts, the
But
spoofing
if
and
you
the
miss
washing
out
and all that.
on,
David,
if a
give
squeeze
me a
does
second,
not
because I
happen,
don't want you
if
to have to
it
repeat your question
for
again.
some reason
William,
we're
are you there?
wrong and you should have sold here.
William?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I just want you to be prepared for this question because I know you're on your live also. Go ahead, David.
Okay, yeah, William. Like I said, I understand everything that what you say on your lives with the counterfeits and the spoofing and the washing and all that stuff. And everybody keeps referring that there's no shares to be shorted. That one group that came in who was trying to short, it wasn't the whole 10 million, or maybe it'd been 100,000 or 200,000, and they were legitimate shorts. If there's no shares available, where are they still getting shares to short, or am I missing something?
No, I don't think you're missing something. They want it to be confusing, and they want it to be fraud. It's fraud. But in the real shares to borrow, it says there's no shares to borrow. That can change at any time. That can change. A GTC order expires, or someone agrees to lend out their shares. Someone opens a margin account and puts in a block of stock of whichever stock. So those real availability lists that they have can change at any time. But where do they get the shares they're selling? It's what you guys are amazing at learning about and finding all the angles. Every way from Tuesday, these guys sell stock they don't own, and they just come in initially like day traders, and they're established positions always to the downside, and then cover. Well, what I'm sure they noticed when they started doing this a few years ago, the only risk they had was if all of a sudden the stock went up. So they started lending money to these companies with these convertible notes, and I won't bore everybody because I can go on about that. But by getting those toxic formula in there and even warrants and doing it in tranches, they protect themselves from these sudden upsides. Otherwise, just keep doing it, keep pressing it downward. And then it's come to the point, in my judgment, we used to have trading desks, we used to have research, we used to have retail brokers that would recommend these stocks to their clients to buy. You can't find those brokers anymore. They all tell you to put your money in an ETF or into a managed fund. And my point is, it's like shooting fish in the barrel, and I'll try to end it quickly. There are more ways than I can even come up with. I just learned one today. that I just thought was amazing that Kevin was talking about. Having I forget even how he described it, but basically having a credit default swap to create a fake locate. You're responsible to locate the shares before you sell them. Goldman Sachs created a button called the F3 button for securities trade. When they ran out of bonds at the end of the day, I just hit it. It says the kid lost his homework, he'll bring it in on Tuesday. Bottom line, David, if you, as a retail client, went in to borrow shares, if they weren't available, you couldn't do it. And if the markets were still like that, that data would be valuable. But the markets aren't like that anymore. In fact, there is no price discovery anymore. So when you go in and you say, hey, there's no short available, it doesn't matter. It's an irrelevant bit of data. Sorry, I'm echoing, so I'm sorry. Or somebody's talking. Anyway, it's a long answer.
So, William, I'd like to just add on to what you just said, because it's if I could present an image in your brains, you have a vault and it's got 10 certs, 10 stock certificates, and you put a raffle device outside of that vault. The only thing that matters...
Are you done?
We're listening to 100. I might respond. But.
I'm glitching, so let me leave and come back then. Sorry.
Sorry about that. 100, continue.
So you have a vault with 10 stock certificates, and you have a raffle device right outside that vault. But the stock market is the raffle rotating device. You borrow against whatever's in that raffle rotating device until you can't do it anymore, and that machine stops. Then you have to go back and find what's in the vault. So each broker has their own vault of certs. So the locate is based on the limited amount of certs that are in that vault. Anything above that is nearly impossible to trace or locate because it's fraud. That's essentially what it is.
It is. You got it. It's all fraud, and so it's rules for you and not for them.
Yeah, now that definitely clears up. I mean, it opened my eyes up even more to what fraud is. I mean, everybody keeps saying it's fraud, but now, yeah, I got you. All right, I appreciate it.
Well, there is built into the system a legitimate situation, which, conceptually, I don't know how you fix. If you own 100 shares of IBM and you decide to lend it to me, I now own it, just legally. I can lend it out to somebody else and they own it. And so there's that, they call that rehypothecation, I think. But there's that aspect of the business that can get a little out of whack. But when you're settling trades and when you have to locate first and you have to deliver settling trades, it evens up over time. It's not a big problem. What's going on now is fraud on a scale that is truly frightening. Ham knows her name, but the woman that did a big study on it, begins with a B, I think. She studied this fraud, put it out before Congress, did it all, I think in 2005. She told all of her family, get out of the markets, take all of your money out, because when it goes down, it's gonna evaporate people's wealth. Anyway, sorry, David.
No, that's okay, William. Like this is I'm the trucker that I was talking to you about the other night about the economy. And like I said, there's such a disconnect between what I'm seeing as far as being a trucker and imports and output containers coming in and out of the country, how slow it is compared to the way the building is still going with the interest rates going up. There's something that's so out of whack that I see from my perspective as far as the economy goes, like we were talking, and I'll cut it short.
No, keep talking. Keep talking. It's interesting.
There's something right when COVID hit. We were so busy. I've been trucking for 43 years.
Yeah.
And I made the most money during COVID that I ever did. And right now, my dad was making more money than in 1971, and expenses were like fuel was 6 cents a gallon, and I'm making less money right now than he did in 1971. But yet, construction, because I got 7 brother-in-laws here in Jersey, they're all in construction, and they are straight out. They can't keep up with building, and I just don't get it with the interest rates going up and the cost to build and taxes and all that, and people are just still buying houses, and it just doesn't make any sense for me where there's nothing coming in and out of the ports. The ports are being shut down. The ships can't go through the Panama Canal. I don't know if anybody realizes this, but the ships coming from, say, China.
The Panamax ships.
The ones coming from, say, Asia.
Yeah.
They usually unload in California at Long Beach, which is the biggest port in the country. Well, because
they're too big, I think, right?
The what?
They're too big for the Panama Canal?
No, what it is, believe it or not, is that there's not enough water in the Panama Canal. So now they've changed where they got to go around the Cape Horn to get around because there's a drought. So the water level isn't deep enough for the super ships. But here's the thing that really doesn't make sense. The ships are actually coming from the West Coast instead of offloading in California due to all the regulations that Newsom has put out there on the truckers and the EPA, and they're shutting guys down left and right. The ships are actually coming from the West Coast, going around and coming and offloading on the East Coast, and then the stuff is actually getting trucked or put on the train to go back west because of the cost to unload in California, which, again, don't understand it.
Well, it's interesting what you say about the housing. Is it people leaving New York? I don't know. It's happening here, too. I think it's happening in the stock market. Thing is, it can continue these distortions can continue. A lot of it in the market is the Fed buys 6 stocks. It's the S&P 6, S&P 7, and the rest are all in trouble. I don't know the answer either. I don't know the answer.
To me, it sounds like, just thinking from an abstract point of view, I think you have control of goods and services, right? That is a long-term game plan for some entity to come out in the future and saying, you want help, we can help you. So they're controlling it. And the other aspect is, if they're wealthy and they're acquiring homes, they're protecting their money and they're putting it into assets. No matter what the situation is of the current market condition or even future market conditions, they're locking their money, their equity into property, and then they're going to wait it out to see how the market reacts. So it's just protection of asset, and then you also have a combination of individuals who don't know what they're doing, and they're over leveraging themselves, and they will be liquidated at some point in the future.
Yeah.
Well, they did the same thing they're doing the same thing. Aren't they giving loans out to people that have less of a credit score than higher, or they're charging them less of an interest rate if you have a worse credit score? So this is like almost like 2008 all over again.
Yes, CDOs, collateralized debt obligations, are still in play, and you have credit default swaps. They moved that debt into bonds. I mean, this goes back to the International Bank of Settlements and what they discovered with trillions of dollars in swap debt. And that's, nothing has changed since 08. It just got worse.
And 100, what everybody should look out for is the bond market. If there's and I think that's already showing up, but if there's cracks in the bond market in terms of defaults and trouble, the bond market's the size of a brontosaurus versus a little farm pig. I'm exaggerating, to the stock market. So the bond market's the big kahuna. Anyway, I'm not sure that added to anyone's thought process tonight, but sorry.
Well, thank you for the mic, everybody. Have a good night, and I'll back out.
Thank you, David. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
So, Ryan.
To William's point about the bond market, and I don't know if I'm sure there's a lot of intelligent people on this call, and they probably heard what I'm about to say before. But even if you didn't hear it before, there's only one entity other than the Federal Reserve that has the most power in the stock market when it comes to interest rates, and that's a bond trader. So they're the only ones that can dictate how the market moves if they decide to do it. And usually it takes a major event to influence that type of behavior. So the fact that you see a tremendous amount of stress on the bond market is just pinpoints, what direction you're going to look at. I'd be looking at volatility, right, and looking at the VIX and where we at. Where are we on the long-term price action of the VIX? Because the volatility index will usually indicate the bond market is stressed, and the stock
I'm
market
coming
will
to you,
react
Ryan.
to it. Don't get me wrong, but the bond market follows it very closely.
Well, you know what Bill Clinton said, I'm sure you do. He said, if I die, if there is a resurrection, if I die, when I come back, I want to come back as the bond market. Because when he was president, he didn't realize how powerful it was.
Yep, it absolutely is. It's the most powerful financial engine in the world, in my opinion.
Okay, before I go to Richard, just a quick announcement. Hey, Richard.
So, Ryan.
I went and signed up to the MetaMaterials website. I will be live streaming that meeting tomorrow morning.
Ryan.
Right after Savvy closes down.
Ryan,
So just a heads
if
up
you
to
bought
the
10,000 Fngr at 250 for 25 grand, and it went up to 42,000 2 days ago, and now it's down to 31, and you're saying, should I get out? And I don't think you should, but
if I can get a conversation back to the
if I'm wrong,
shorting scumbags, then I love to get that conversation back to that. So William was talking about the bond market, and then I think it was either yesterday or today, I saw this article about Citadel, how they were going to substantially increase their exposure to the bond market this year. The part that they left out, and if it was William, he'd just say it, and then he'd tell me at the end. The part they left out is, of the money we stole illegally shorting these shares the last year.
Absolutely.
Just in my opinion, by the way, and just presented for fun. I'm sure Citadel is 100% legitimate and honest, and they would never do anything to possibly break the law.
They're just providing liquidity, Richard. They're just providing liquidity. They're an essential part of our financial markets. Look, the bond market is counterfeited too. So, the precious metals markets, it's all fraud out there right now.
That's the worst of it. That's the worst one. The commodities market.
Of course. And that's a whole, we won't go off on that, but I'd love to hear your thought. We'll do a different thing, but yeah, and that's what I think all of us should be trying to do here. It's amazing how much I'm learning, and we want to get the man, so to speak, but I think each of us, our focus should be on taking these dollars, these fiat dollars that are in our accounts electronically, see if we can make it grow, and if we're lucky on one of these squeezes, make us in our own pond financially independent. But then you got to start thinking differently about where you put what wealth is. You got to start thinking differently about what wealth is. It's not what they put on your statements. Anyway, I don't want to run on because I think you're right. We can get back to short selling, Richard. Okay.
Go ahead, Richard.
Actually, I liked what you were saying. I was going to say it's like one thing we believe this, but if it actually turns out to be true, we're super screwed. So I think, when I think of it as a matrix, right? It's all going on behind the scenes. We all suspect it's going on behind the scenes. But if we expose it, wow, that really is tough to handle.
Well, there will be, I've said this before, but there will be a period of time, whether it's our financial markets that go down first or something else that leads to it. And I'm not saying tomorrow, although it could be tomorrow. But when it happens, there will be a panic that will be so hard to understand. But if you, number one, understand it, where you are, what's coming. Two, you've already prepared somewhat. None of us are going to be fully prepared. And in my opinion, if you hold real assets, which have value regardless of the economy, there will always be commerce amongst human beings. It doesn't have to be in dollar bills. So if you own the things that will have value later on, you can get through the panic. A panic is like a hurricane or a tornado. It's going to cause damage. But if you can get to the other side independent and have some assets and your family and friends, health, that's really been my goal of doing all these things. It's a very much bigger picture. But in the meantime, we're dealing with these Neanderthals called the Kramers and the Hurries and the Lynn partners.
In terms of asset accumulation, I agree with William, and I think William's CD single of him singing Hallelujah in Greek is a great collector's item and will have great value in 20 years. Just my opinion, not music advice.
I prefer Yanni and his pan flute. Who? Remember that guy that? So anyway, I can't sing. I don't know why I do that. Anyway. All right, we can move on.
Oh, if you wanted to sing, we have a community member that holds spaces for that mushroom. I could definitely invite you to that one.
Nightmare.
Okay, who's next, Anna? Meta?
James has his hand. Hi, James.
Hi. When an anomaly comes along and beats the system, it's only going to be rewritten unless the architect is changed. I mean, they nailed that one.
That's pretty well said. I think what's coming anyway. I don't want to turn it into a bigger issues because it provokes emotions. But the bottom line is our entire financial system is based on growth. Our government's based on growth. And underlying it all, I hate to tell everyone, is fossil fuels, oil and natural gas. And the very bond market is created under these analyses of future income streams based on growth. And it's all predicated on cheap, plentiful, permanent supply of basically oil. And that dislocation is coming. I don't know when. I used to think it could happen right as we're speaking right now. Maybe it'll be in 10 years. And I know in history, it's been said before. Unless there's a massive collapse in the population, there's going to be a readjustment. And just to finish it, the bond market is where you'll see it first. When those geniuses start recognizing, hey, we're never getting paid back, you'll see a sell-off in the bond market that will shake the system, and they won't be able to put it back together again. They'll have to start with something new. And I think China and Russia know that. And I think parts of the world where very strong economies in Western Africa, Southeast Asia, even India, parts of the Americas, younger people that are vibrantly building their economies, I think that's where the new systems will be born. Anyway, enough of that.
I think Meta Fan is next. Go ahead, Meta.
So 10.
Meta Fan, are you there? You have to unmute yourself. Anna, can you try him? Maybe he can't hear me.
Yeah. Hey, Metafam, can you hear Busy? Oh, he dropped down to listening.
Okay, I sent him a mic anyway, see if he wants to come up. Maybe he was the one glitching. Okay, guys.
I kind of want to just chime in on this new information that I was reading over. I talked to Huck about it prior to it, but I'm excited that it's out because now I can, talk to Congress about it. And you guys, if you're on here, they're home this week. So this is really good information. They're home until July the 10th to take to their offices. This is new evidence, new proof that we've been defrauded. So please, guys, keep the pressure up. Look up their offices. I think I put a tweet out yesterday. I can put it back up in the nest. Just type your zip code in and it'll give you where their offices are, and drop off your packages, make some appointments. If you're near your senator's office, that's a great place to stop in as well. So please take action, guys.
And Anna, I was just going to ask if 100 was going to be in this space, because this sounds very complicated.
Yeah, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there. I understand about 90% of it, so absolutely I'll support being there, and I'm looking forward to the space call. Yeah, and
I actually don't hear me.
Yep. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, Rob, 100 was agreeing with you that he's definitely gonna be there. Rob, can you hear me?
I'm sorry. I think
Okay, so
yeah, maybe I'm gonna drop you down. Rob, can you hear me?
Rob, can you hear Busy?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, I think you might be glitching.
Okay, I think y'all are about to close this space. I just wondered if 100 was...
sorry, Ryan, I'm having a hard time listening and focusing.
He said yes. Did you hear what? Could you hear 100, Rob?
No, I couldn't hear him either, so I'll
he
catch
said
y'all later.
yes, he would be there. Yeah, you might be glitching.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop down. Okay, y'all have a good night.
Thanks, Rob. So that space call is gonna be held in about an hour and 10 minutes. So if you guys are wondering where it's gonna be held at, I put the link up on the nest.
Sorry, Ryan, I'm getting there.
My Twitter profile, I retweeted it, or if you are part of our community,
I agree with you, Matthew.
Twitter House communities, it was posted there also.
I wanted to go take a nap. Just when I was out, they brought me
Thanks,
back
Busy.
in.
I think yeah, go ahead.
I'm just tuning in. Can you speak on that new evidence? I haven't heard anything about it yet.
Well, Huck just took a mic. Maybe he could, but he did put a tweet out today, and they're going to have a space at 8 o'clock tonight. That's up in the nest as well with Smokey. So, Huck, you want to chime in on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Smokey and I have been talking in the background a little bit, and we're going to do kind of an AMA explanation type space here in about an hour. And then, addition to that, him and I, over this weekend, are going to do a podcast-style YouTube video where we go into depth and explain it a little bit further, so anybody that's trying to search it or reference back to it, or maybe they don't use Twitter and Twitter Spaces, they'll have access to be able to see it, so that we can share it and hopefully get this information out there. I really think, honestly, my brain's been on fire with it for this last week or so. Syntax has been amazing and kind of a great resource to bounce some of these ideas off of. And again, sometimes you never know where the smallest crumb will come from, and it just was like, oh, I know exactly what I want to do with that piece of information. and it led to one thing after another. So hopefully here in about an hour, I'll explain everything in depth. But I did put out that tweet that has some of the information, and it's essentially how MMTLP got listed in the first place, and what we can actually prove at this point. That's always been the biggest card that they hold, is we know that there's evidence of wrongdoing, but they're holding the evidence and we don't have access to it. Well, this is something that we do have access to, and I believe I believe it's irrefutable. So we'll go with that.
Is that tweet with the hashtag Finra, the one that starts with hashtag Finra?
Yep, you got it.
Okay, I'll read it.
And I tagged DOJ, FBI, SEC.
This is so exciting. I feel like we've had 2 Christmas mornings in a day, or 2 big days. We had MMAT and then this today. So, big days. Thank you, Huck.
And I put that tweet up on the nest if anybody cares to go ahead and retweet it, share it, read it. So it's up on the nest again. And again, if you just join us, there's going to be a big space club going on about an hour. Smokey, Huck, some good info. Thank you, Huck, for everything. Seriously, for everything that you guys do.
Well, thank you, Busy. And sometimes we have so many things going on, but a lot of us wouldn't be here if it wasn't for your work ethic, if it wasn't for Anna's tenacity, if it wasn't for William's calm demeanor and information he provides each and every person. I mean, the conversations I've had with 100 in the background and Richard Hoffman, the work that Sean is doing with Retail United. I'll even say, whether it's one side of the faction or the other, and I'm not even going to go down that territory, everybody has just been a resource and a wealth of community and support in one way or another to everybody, and my appreciation is to you guys. So
yeah, we're definitely a community that's a well-oiled machine. I mean, we're just everywhere. Everybody's doing their part, which is so refreshing, so great to see. Everybody just works. It's mind-blowing sometimes. Like, I just can't believe, we've been here 7 months, and just what we're able to accomplish in the last 7 months is just historic.
It's definitely changed the way I look at a lot of different things. I talk to my kids about it all the time. I say, I don't think you have any idea just how much you can accomplish until you stop coming up with excuses and try to accomplish it.
I agree 100% with you. Can you stick around, because some of the community members might have some questions for you, Hug.
Ryan.
Okay, so Ryan. Who was it next?
James B.
This is hard, Ryan.
Yeah, Mr. Hoffman. As far as the overload of the system and the stress on the system, is there a cap on judges, and is there any way that pinch point could be relieved?
There is a set number of judges each court has.
Fine, Brian, I'm going to say it even if you might not be listening. If you bought 10,000 Fngr at $25,250, $25,000, it was up today, until today, and then now it's at 31,000.
Each judge can do so many
You're worried
cases,
it's going to go down.
so many trials. They have so much time. And
if we assume it goes down, let's say to $2, and never gets up, you can sell, for example, the July
it's probably,
at $2. It would probably be the July 2.5 calls.
The answer is
maybe you'd have to go out to August. You might even have to go out further. But you could sell them for 30 cents a call.
Extra. And it's not.
And you could bring in $3,000 in cash. So once the squeeze is gone,
So you're just limited. You're limited by
you can
facilities
monthly or quarterly sell calls, and right here you're down $5,000.
Annette, I think you were next. Hi, Annette.
In my example, although I think it'll take you longer than that,
Thanks for
over
all
a
the
period of
duty,
a few months,
team.
you
That
can
is
sell calls
a wheelhouse
to
I
make
wish I
that
was
back.
qualified for, but I am not,
And I can
really
show it
appreciate
to you more.
And will
But-
the space be recorded, please, or can it be?
It will be. I asked Smokey that earlier, and he said yes, it will be.
Don't forget Han. Barbara, I like how you think.
Natalia?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to know a little more about Mark stepping back because of the new West question development.
Conflict of interest,
I
maybe.
don't think Mark is stepping back. He's continuing on with what he's doing. So he's just basically letting West do his thing, but definitely Mark is not taking a step back.
I think he just said he was stepping back from doing spaces right now. Maybe just kind of keeping his plays to himself for information more private. So that was kind of what I gathered from that tweet that he put out.
You can't quote, they can't quote what you don't say, and maybe he just wants to avoid the risk of information that he shouldn't be speaking about getting out. That's how I read it too, Anna.
Thanks, William.
And I had my view was, and I would have the same position. You just don't want to interfere with somebody else's work. That's somebody else's project. So if they requested your assistance, wonderful. But if not, you don't want to put yourself in, inject yourself. It's just not appropriate. So I think what he did and what he said was perfectly fine and the correct thing to do. And I have no idea. I've not spoken with them, whatever. But I thought it was perfectly fine and acceptable and proper.
Thank you, Richard. You pour three.
Yeah, I seem to recall a tweet that he put out actually called out what the differences are between
I don't know.
the
Go.
litigation and the
I don't know. Go follow Dream Team Hustle. I don't know the answer. I don't even know what monetizer is.
Yeah, so I can explain that a little bit. So litigation.
And I can't think of how to look into it.
And it would refer to you have a dispute and you have two sides or more that are involved in the dispute, and one side is making one claim, one side is making another claim, and now you started the process to resolve that claim. So
No,
it could
Spiny.
be even before you file a complaint, before you get to court, but
This will probably only go on one more minute, and I'll answer this. But let's look.
after that would be litigation.
Alright, who's next? Did we get through all the hands? Holy cow. We got Drew up here. Drew, have you spoken to Mark, Drew? I mean, I know that you and I have contact with him.
Yeah, I spoke to him yesterday. He told me he was going to be, he told me
That's what I see for Fngr.
stepping back from spaces until he finds out exactly in what direction this thing with Wes and metamaterials goes. He expressed a very deep fondness for the members of the community. I will read you verbatim what he texted me, as a matter of fact. He said, I'll be around, and I'm still going to work on the appeal and possible other cases. There is, what I do may interfere with a bigger plan. And he also said, I will be filing the appellate brief within the next couple of weeks, and I'm going to redact what he said next.
He said, you have been such a positive influence on the community, so I expect that you keep that up because the community needs leaders like you, Junk Savvy, Busy, and Anna. I'll be around if you need me, but for now, I will be focusing on the matters at hand. And he said thank you. He said a couple of other things, but he expressed a very deep fondness for this community, and I don't think he'll be too far away. But I kind of understand his position, and I think Richard would probably be able to corroborate what I'm about to say. If Wes is going to be taking
man's got to know his
the reins, so to speak, on a lot of the action moving forward, I don't think that Mark wants to come in and be like Monday morning quarterback or give his opinion on certain legal precedents or any legal moves that Wes might make, because it's kind of an unethical thing to do, to comment on another attorney's work. If you remember, when we had a former SEC attorney here, all that person would do was poo-poo on other people's work. And it's a very unethical thing to do when you're an attorney. Not that Mark would, poo-poo anyone's work, but to
good boy.
To discuss at length another attorney's work is just something that most attorneys don't really. It's not really the most ethical thing to do unless you're like a legal correspondent for a TV show or something.
You're a good boy.
It's funny, Drew, like 5 minutes before you came in, I addressed that. I said, I thought what he was doing was completely appropriate. What Mark was doing was completely appropriate. Because, least of all, you wouldn't want to step on the toes of somebody else and put yourself in a position where you weren't called for. It's just not appropriate. So I thought what he was doing is perfectly fine and to be expected. And I thank him for all the work and services he put in to date.
Yeah, I didn't hear any of that shit, but I agree 100%.
That's what makes you a great mind, because you think you know what I was going to say, so I appreciate it.
Well, I mean, listen, man, I've been around a few lawyers, and I've worked in some offices, and I've done some stuff, and I went to school for it, so I completely understand why he's doing what he's doing. And but I also don't think he'll be too far. I think he'll be around, and I think listen, Mark Basile has been, whether he likes it or not, he's a part of this community. He is. He has defended us against a lot of people. Just the other day, he was ripping apart. He was ripping apart Cromwell, retweeting something that Trader Zero said, and he was sticking up for us, and that's an educated and experienced voice. So when someone like that speaks up for you, it's big, and I hope he doesn't go too far. And if I have anything to say about it, and if I'm nearly as persistent as I think or if I'm nearly as good as I think I am, he won't be too far. I'm going to continue to try and reel him in every now and again, because I like the guy. I mean, he's my fellow hometown boy, but and I get along with him, and I think he's very, very smart, and I think he's a valuable asset to the community. So I'll do my damnedest to make sure he sticks around. But in terms of what Richard said, yeah, it's right on the money. I agree. Yeah. Busy, how long have you been at it in this space?
I think this is a back-to-back 5-hour space calls 2 days in a row. So
you've been at it all day today.
I'm about to cut it short here because I know that Huck is going to be having a space along with Smokey, so some good information is going to come out of that. So I might have an intermission here, unless we get other hands. But
it's too bad I'm going to miss that space. I'm not going to be able to hear it. It's okay.
You got Karmic Retribution you could log in as.
No, I can ask Karmic to give me a rundown. That's not a bad idea. Karmic Retribution can give me a summary of what happened. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. That guy hates my ass. You should see the DMs.
Karmic.
They're terrible. I think he blocked me, to be honest with you. I'm serious. Hold on. I'll post it in the nest. He blocked me. The guy don't like me.
We're talking about Karmic, okay? Everybody listening in.
Yeah, Karmic Retribution does not like me at all. Hold on. Karma collects. I'll post it in the nest. And I'll post it the last DM he sent me. The guy hates me. It's terrible.
All right. With that being said, I am going to close down the baseball, guys. I'll see you at 5 my time, 8 o'clock Eastern time. So that's about 55 minutes from now. And William, thank you for attending and joining us today and co-hosting. I really appreciate it. Same with you, Anna, and everybody like Richard, Big JR, 100. That was excellent. Excellent dialogue, and I appreciate your guys' time.
Thank you, Busy. Great space, as always. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Busy, and everybody else. Everybody else.
See you later.
All right, bye.
See you soon. Thank you, Busy.
All right, bye.
Okay, sorry. Now we can quickly talk. I want to go to, there were questions on Fngr, and now there's another effing call at 8 o'clock. Does it ever end? Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. So Fngr is trading at 289. They're trying to scare you. They're trying to get people to sell. And I'm not telling you shouldn't. They're trying to break support levels. They're trying to trigger computers on the downside. They're also trying to make sure that their margin call is less. They're also trying that when they put out reports to their customers, the end of June is not only the end of a month, it's the end of the second quarter, it's the end of the first half. So they need to go out with their glossy pamphlets and sit and show investors, this is our performance against a benchmark. This is our performance versus our peers. And they just want to get this price down because they're going to have to live with the price of this stock on Friday the 30th. They're going to have to live with that for a long, long time. And so that's one of their drives. So it leads me to believe they may keep the stock under pressure tomorrow and the next day. Fngr is not a stock to panic out of. On the other hand, always, if you have a better idea, if you sense that there's a better stock opportunity in the short run because of your own due diligence, feel free to swap out. But somebody bought the stock over the last 2 weeks. It wasn't you. It wasn't me. We bought a little, but I think if you put all our buying together, all of it, it would be less than 100 or 200,000 shares, maybe 300,000 shares. Somebody bought 12 million shares over the last 2 or 3 weeks. Are they done? I don't know. But if they're professional buyers, they're going to pull back, let the 20%, now we're maybe at 25%. And the problem is you get that to a pullback of 25%, then you get into all these Fibonacci numbers everyone uses. Basically, think about thirds, think about the golden mean. So we'll probably come down 33% off of that top. But that's the volatility that happens in trading. So I just want to emphasize, and I'm not going to go through their fundamentals right now, but as a company that you could hold for the long term, Fngr should be many, many multiples higher than here, and maybe very soon, fundamentally. So you're not going to be disappointed with that. The company, by the way, I'm trying to remember if they hired West Christian, but I think they did. So they're not going to do another mistake in financing. Of course, they're going to try not to. Nobody knows till they sign it, I guess. There are catalysts at Fngr that could make the $5 target that Benchmark picked become a much higher number. And there's rumors of other research. There's, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to hype it. So then you're looking at it trading. We've had 12 straight, 2 weeks, a little more, 12 straight days up. And now, oh my gosh, the stock's down. Well, if you got into it for a trade, you already missed your chance to get out at 4 or 420. You already missed that. So now you're facing the question, should I get out now? It's going down. Oh my gosh, I better get out. It's going down. I paid $3 and it's $2.89 and it's going down and pretty soon it could be $1.50. It could be $1.25. That'll just get me out. What you risk with that, what you risk doing that, is then there's a word for it. I'm too tired. Anyway, it just has a sort of cataclysmic, that's the wrong word, sell-off, and it bounces right back. The selling gets tired, and you got out near or at the bottom, and then and you won't believe why. Why is it going up now? This is what they're trying to do. They've interfered, they've put tinfoil, I don't know if that works, but they've interfered with the electric circuits of the market, and you're not getting the proper readings on the value of the company. They have 50 million shares outstanding. They have a closely held float. They do have a lot of private placements they did. They have a director who apparently is selling every month or close to it. So there is some stock that comes available. But they have the Lind Partners with 147 million shares, Lind Partners and their partners, 147 million shares sold short. Now that's from data that Tom Ronk compiles. Is it right or wrong? Only one person. If the markets were transparent, we could all deal. We could open up the Wall Street Journal or a website, and we could look and see and make our decisions then. But it's all fraud. It's all manipulated, and they're trying to manipulate your emotions. I think you have to get prepared tomorrow for the stock going down. I would say 285, 289. It's always possible it goes lower. I think Avid will come out with a sobering video. He'll call it as he sees it. My sense is technicians would have rather have seen a rubber band snapback today, where the stock went back on a lot of volume. I bet you're going to see targets that the stock could go to 285, 262, and then to 212, and then it could go to $1.95, and then it could, double spot this and Fibonacci that, and you can get lost in all that. And by the way, I think you should follow all that. I think you should follow all of it. But this is a situation that Ham has studied for 5 or 6 years. I've been involved with it. I'll tell you the risks. The risks are it's NASDAQ. The risks are they have options. The other risk is the CEO is a bit of a careful procedure. But he's built a great company. And he's doing all the right things. He's out there. I mean, if you don't believe me, I read it the other day. But Benchmark, this is the group, Benchmark referred Fngr to Lynn Partners. And they have a $5 target. I don't trust Benchmark as far as I can throw them. But this is June 22nd. And all of a sudden the stock, just because it's down one day, all of a sudden the stock is worthless? It's already been down. It's been down for months. And they keep trying this same old thing, which Gary Gensler allows. You can have a drink. Gary Gensler allows, which is to flood the markets with counterfeit shares. And if the SEC watches this or Finra watches this, and I'm not giving financial advice, and I'm not telling you what to do, but they're going to say, he not me, I hope, but he's pumping the stock. Oh my God. But they never once, the SEC never once says, why does Benchmark and Lynn Partner raise money for companies, and the companies go from $9 down to 43 cents directly, and all of a sudden Lynn Partners is flying around the world, and John Hurry's buying multi-million-dollar condos, and the Kramers are up in outside of New York buying $5 million homes? They don't ask any of those questions. Something wrong with the plumbing in their brains. They don't ask, well, wait a minute. They see see us as Reddit guys or something. You know why? They don't know what they're talking about. They have no clue. They've gone to school for gender studies and I don't know what else is being, art history, and they don't have a clue of the markets. And the markets, by the way, are confusing. And if you do the trading, you do things, there's no better way to learn than when you put your money down. And then you find out, oh my gosh, it's something else now, because they're always trying to cheat. So anyway, I strongly recommend not selling Fngr as an educational stance. However, I think you have to prepare yourself that they can do damage for another day or two. Or that's about all I see. Tomorrow, they could drive it down. Today they drove it down. You didn't sell. One guy at Fngr sold 2,500 shares, if my memory's correct. One guy. And he does it every month. He didn't do it because he sees something wrong. He has a dollar average out policy rather than the average in policy, dollar average in policy. You just sell every certificate he gets, as soon as the legend's off, he sells it. Has nothing to, maybe he doesn't believe in the company long term, or maybe he does, but maybe his wife says, honey, sell everything, or maybe he has a gambling debt, or maybe he's investing in the company he's the CEO of, or maybe he's got 5 children at school. You don't know. It doesn't say anything about the stock. Everyone that comes on and goes, oh, an insider traded, therefore the stock must be bad. Come on. One. Okay, so I think if you had wanted to sell Fngr, you should have done it Monday or Tuesday. Me included. I did try to sell. I did try to sell a portion of my calls at least twice. I might have done it a third time, but I didn't get my price. And wasn't I the idiot? But I could be buying them back, tripling up my position, and I'd be a hero, and I'd be bragging to you, sucker, I'm better than you are, suckers. No. Why didn't I do it? Because they weren't paying any premium. And I thought the stock would go to $5, frankly, yesterday or by today. Was I wrong? Sure. But no stock should go straight up. They don't. They don't. Nothing goes straight up. Nothing. And so it's up for 12 days. It's pulled back for a day and a half or a day. And we're all, oh my gosh, it's going to go to zero? That's emotions talking. And I have them too. But Fngr is going to squeeze someday. The Lynn partners or their associates or sold 95 million shares that didn't exist when the stock went to 10 last year and drove it down to 63 cents. And I'm summarizing. And everything's in my opinion and in my judgment. Since then, the company has continued to grow. One of their revenue streams is top-up minutes for phones, and they are one of a handful of companies that can buy the minutes from the Chinese government via these companies and sell it onward, and it's guaranteed profit over and over again. Their revenues are growing. They have life insurance company contracts. They have big data. They have Apple Care of China for phones coming up with one of the, you heard Ham talk about it. They have the Netflix of China. Anyway, they have all this. And you're going, oh my God, I shouldn't be in I got to get out. I really don't think now's the time to sell. Because I think that's emotional. That's the time to buy. Now, I was trying to show Ryan that if you had 10,000 shares of Fngr, you paid $250 for it, you could have doubled your money. Now you're wondering, you're still in the green, it might go in the red. Well, assume it goes into the red. Assume it goes into the red. If it goes into the red, maybe it's just a spike and it turns around and runs. What if it never squeezes? What if it's just going to be like AMC and go up and down and up and down? Well, if it goes down to $2, it could go lower. If it goes to $2, you've got a paper loss of $5,000. But there's options. There's options. On 10,000 shares, you sell 100 of the, probably, right now you could sell 100 of the July 5s at 25 cents, 30 cents. And unless I've done an egregious arithmetic error, that brings in $3,000 to offset that. Now it caps your upside, but you just wait for that to expire. You don't have to wait till it expires. You can buy it back and then sell August. And then do it again for September. Or you could just go out right now and sell the November 5s, which are probably trading at 90 cents. You could probably get all of that back. Fngr gives you flexibility so that you don't have to feel like you're going to lose everything. The other thing you can do with Fngr, once, if it goes up, you can buy puts instead of selling, if you think it's going to still keep going. The answer here isn't to sell your stock tomorrow if it goes down 50 cents more. Now, I will give a caution. If you have a trading system and you're trading, you have a pot of money that you're trading with, and you trade stocks regularly all the time, you may have some money management rules to follow. Like, I don't want to lose more than 30% on a trade or 20%. I'm going to get out and I'll look for something else. But I have never found that I'm disciplined enough to sit in front of the computer for hours, other than talking with you, to trade and to be a good trader, to be a good special situation, build a position, and then trade out. Yeah, okay. But not, I'm not going to hop from XTLZ, oh, look over at MPQY, oh, and look, BNPE is running, and you better, I think that's the way to lose money. But if you have a trading strategy, you should stick to that. Like, you go in a casino, you only lose a bit, and then you walk away. I don't know. But there's one last thing I wanted to say on Fngr. I wanted to say one last thing on Fngr. Darn it, I'm losing my... Can't remember. But anyway, Lynn Partners and the rest of them still have margin problems. It was on the threshold list. This is their strategy. We're not going to be conned and moved to another stock, I don't think. And the move isn't over, I don't think. That's the risk you run if you sell. The stock runs up, has a correction. I mean, it didn't even do this. It just went up. Has a correction, you say, oh, I better sell. Now, there's trading strategies that say, run the profit as soon as it's down 20%, sell. So maybe that's what you do. But if you sell because, oh my gosh, I think it's going to go right back down, I don't think we're there, because you've got a research report that shows it's worth more than this chart is indicating. If I were, and I might look at it tomorrow, and I'm sure I'll miss my chance, but I think today would have been a good day to purchase calls or to purchase the stock. But I'm sort of full up on my position. I wish I had traded it. Still trying to remember what I was going to tell you about Fngr. But if you want my prediction for what's going to happen to Fngr, the damage today was so severe in terms of price, I don't think that the stock's going to turn around. Once it went below sort of, I forget, it was trading around 360, 365 today. And I said to whoever I was talking to, I think they're going to bring it down to 345. And then they got it down there and it went even lower. I didn't expect it to snap back. From 360, 365, I thought it could rally back, but once they broke it, and the question is, did they break it forever? I don't think it's all fraud. It's all spoofing. It's all throwing supply out there that doesn't exist. I don't think anybody I know sold any. In fact, I heard a lot of people buying. Yes, the one director sold 2,500 shares. But he did that on Monday or something. So, my prediction on the stock, today is Wednesday, tomorrow's Thursday, or is tomorrow Friday? I don't know. I think tomorrow they will, in the morning, try to open it down. Or they may try to head fake you and open it up and then have it come back down. I think tomorrow's going to be a recovery day, and maybe even Friday, where the stock back and forth. I don't think you're going to have to overbid. Just stick by your price. If I'm wrong, you'll know it. You'll know I'm wrong if the volume is to the upside and the stock's going up. You'll know I'm wrong. I think they're going to wait till next week to move the stock up. That's what I would say. I don't think they're going to get it over 450 until Tuesday, Wednesday next week. Depressing, but that's what I think. I thought it could break out, but that doesn't mean it won't break out next week. It doesn't mean it at all. It means I should have sold something, anything. But I tried. I just didn't get the orders off. They didn't take my price. Why are we in Fngr right now? I think it has the chance to have a squeeze into hundreds of dollars a share. But we'll find out. And that's the battle that's raging. Can't Kenny Boy manipulate the stock down without receiving any orders? Why would he, Vin Man? Kenny doesn't do anything for free. He's not going to put a open position on his books, selling the stock downward. He's not going to put a liability like that on his books. So why would he? Well, he's just helping out a buddy, helping out a friend. Well, there's plenty of other stocks that Ken Griffin does not have infinite capital. It's a lot more than you and I have, but there's other better stocks to play than Fngr Motion. He hasn't even heard of Fngr Motion. Would one of his trading desks short it? Does he sponsor day traders? There's whole office floors of day traders out there. You can look online. You spend some money, you go there. You get an apprenticeship for 3 years, and they increase the size of your capital allocation, and then you just move money around based on charts, based on computers, and you have huge amounts of money that you can trade. You can make millions of dollars a year just trading glips on the computer. That's what Ken Griffin sponsors. He doesn't sponsor shitty little trades like Fngr. Now, would one of those boiler rooms pick up on Fngr and see that they made hot money? Absolutely. I think that happened today. I think they sold off hundreds of thousands of shares, and they took money out of the market, cheating amongst themselves, and it happened today. But you got to... I actually think if everything is a ghost, at some point here, we've just got to say we shouldn't be in the markets. But there is a reason why you're here. And I think that reason is you are drawn to the idea of a trade that could provide outsized returns. And in return for that, you give up time and you give up anxiety. I misunderstood somebody's post earlier, I think, but we haven't had a winner recently. I would buy Fngr tomorrow morning. I wouldn't, if I had a certain amount to buy, maybe I buy a quarter of it in the morning. If it goes down, buy all of it. Or if it starts going up, play it by ear. But I maybe, or you could say, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to buy I can't do any arithmetic in my head. I'm going to buy 1,500 shares. So tomorrow I'll buy 500. Friday I'll buy 500. And Tuesday I'll buy 500. Something like that. Or don't buy any more at all. Just don't buy any more at all. Or if your heart's telling you, uh-oh, here we go again. Now I remembered what I was going to tell you. You can just sell. But I do remember what I was going to tell you. I do remember what I was going to tell you. This stock had a double bottom and then it went to, in the space of about 2 weeks, went to 4 plus. Now it's come down to 3. Maybe lower, I don't know right now. So it's come down $1. And it went up. I mean, if you take the high in the morning, it went up $3. So it's come down 33%. And if you want to use Fibonacci, they have all different layers, but you might have to get ready for it to come down 62%. I don't think that's going to happen. But it's come down. And there happens to be on the daily chart, the 200-day moving average right there. What I think they're going to try to do tomorrow is sell it down. They already did it today. They already did it today and closed it up. I think they're going to try again. And maybe one more time. And then we're going to go up. That's what I predict. But this 200-day moving average is resistance until you burst through it, and then it becomes support, but the market comes back to test it as support. It's normal. It's normal. It's also corrupt in this case. But that's what I expect to happen. What if I'm completely wrong and you're in your heart you're saying, I don't believe you, where it's all over. There was so much buying. There's so much enthusiasm. There's so much pent-up demand even that we don't have anything to do with. It's run up. It's pulled back. It's something like that right now. And you're thinking, oh, it's gonna go way down. Well, I'll tell you, if it breaks down, it'll come back up. If you're right, it's gonna just go back to being a worthless company. You're thinking I better sell here because I want to avoid this. Or you're thinking I want to sell here so I can avoid this. I don't know what you're thinking. But I will tell you, if it's over, you're going to get another rally somewhere. Get out then. Get out then. Sell calls until then. Tried to show you how to sell calls. This is not a disaster trade. This isn't AMC, GameStop. This just isn't. On the other hand, there's always a risk it goes a lot lower. So anyway, that's my finger. My hair is on point. I don't know what that means. I'm thinking of taking my 35% and 65% losses on Go Logic and Logic and going into Fngr. Well, I mean, you can do it. I own them as well. What's your goal? What's your goal? I think that's your goal. If you move your money from Go Logic and Logic into Fngr, I don't know what else you own, but you go into one stock, and then if it doesn't work, and I think it is going to work, and if I had to guess, I think Fngr is going to be the first stock to squeeze. But then you're like, well, wait a minute. I'm betting it all on one horse. Go Logic originally was a short squeeze play a few weeks ago. Why? Because the same group in Asia was looking at it. But in the meantime, they did a deal with Recruiter, Recruiter. Anyway, Recruiter.com. So Go Logic is going to put everything other than the gamma ray assets. They're going to put everything into Recruiter.com. And my understanding, I don't want to look it up, I think it's going to be a NASDAQ company. I'm not sure it is right now. But it's all going to go into Recruiter.com. Recruiter.com is going somewhere else. So let me just look up what Recruiter.com is. All right, so Go Logic is 65 cents. It's been as high as $8. Trying to find the news. Damn it. Right here. Oh, I missed this conference call. I didn't see that news. I missed that conference call. So I'll go listen to that tonight. Go Logic has signed a definitive agreement to put its fintech assets into recruiter.com. RCRT. $0.23 stock. They're going to have to do a reverse split, but it has nothing to do with all the alarm bells that we all have. I'm going to have to go listen to the tape of that conference call. It's an AI firm. Anyway, maybe I should listen to that call and give you an update from there. But it's going to go into recruiter.com, and Go Logic is going to remain with Gamma Ray. The key point is this will go. This name will probably be Go Logic, and this name will probably change maybe to Gamma Ray. So you're going to have one. If you sell at 65 cents now, you have nothing. If you wait for this to resolve, but you have to wait, so you might be right on that. Maybe you trade it and come back. But this, I think, was going to take 2-3 months to come to fruition. But you'll get 2 pieces of paper. They're not resting on their laurels. This is a huge company. And I can't remember if some of the other acquisitions have been announced, so I'll keep it to myself right now. But they're going to add acquisitions to this company. They're going to add acquisitions to this company. Same principle as Logic. Companies can't IPO, so they're going to come here. So basically, you could sell your Go Logic for 65 cents right now, or wait and end up with 2 pieces of paper. And it might take a lot less time than I'm saying, which I think combined could be worth $4 to $6 at the time of this creation. So it's a nice uplift. I think this stock over the next, say, 18 months, 2 years, could be a $20 stock. It's not going to squeeze the way it could, I guess, but it's not going to squeeze the way Fngr will. Fngr could be a $20-$25 stock. So I guess you'll have to suss it out. I do call to your attention on Yahoo. You can find it. There's a replay of the video they did, the discussion, and I don't know why I missed it. I normally would be reminded of it, but nobody reminded me. Or maybe I was on one of these calls. I don't know. Logic, I don't feel like going through. I did it yesterday, and it bores me. But Logic is waiting for an S. Actually, I guess I have to go through it. If you sell Logic right now, you'll receive 28 cents. If you sell your Logic right now, you'll get 28 cents. Logic is distributing its data logic into the Aubrey SPAC. Publicly traded NASDAQ company. This deal's been going on a long while because the financiers that they did the business with, it took a while to buy back everything. That's gone now. So Aubrey SPAC is in the process of applying with the SEC for many, many months for S4 approval for this to occur. The data logic assets, which come from logic, will go into the Aubrey SPAC. Once the SEC says yes. How much longer? It could be tomorrow they say yes. It could be next week. This has been going on for months. They've answered questions. They got the last simple questions left. The SEC is all for these kinds of transactions. Once that approval comes, there'll be a proxy vote by both companies. It should pass. Once that is approved, and this takes probably 10 days, 15 days, 20 days. Once that's approved, they set up a record date and a distribution date. And then there'll be a record date, an effective date. So then the Aubrey SPAC is de-SPAC'd. They get rid of the SPAC name, Special Purpose Acquisition Corporation, and it becomes Data Logic. And it's a NASDAQ company, and conservatively, it comes out the gate at $1.14. They are working on other acquisitions too. But for the time being, let's call it $1.14. Logic comes over and acquires a private company, a big one. I don't know the name of it. All I know is it's bigger and better than the one that they let expire. Maybe not better, but bigger. The one they let expire by choice because they had a bigger alternative is worth 40 cents or better. 40 cents or better. You're waiting for the S4. If you sell now, the stock's at 28 cents. If you sell now, you miss the record date and effective date. This time frame right here, I think, takes 6 weeks. So you got to wait. But I think that goes into August. 28 cents becomes 40 plus 114 becomes $1.50 out of the gate. They're adding other acquisitions here too. So you could sell and get 28 cents now and go into Fngr. And I think Fingr's going to do great. But if you sell both your Go Logic and your Fngr and your Logic, you're selling 2 pieces of paper. You're going to buy Fngr. You're moving 3 pieces of paper into one. You're betting it all on one. Right now you've got Fngr, Logic, and Go Logic. Go Logic is going to become 2. Logic is going to become 2. You'll have 5 things going, all of which I think can work. I'm not telling you not to make that swap. I think it's unfortunate that logic is down and any stock can go lower. I think it's unfortunate that there's all this fake prices in the system. I think it's unfortunate that there's so much devastation to wealth, but they've driven down Go Logic and they've driven down Logic, and just like Fngr today, I think if you had wanted to make some sort of trade like that, maybe it should have been done before. I think you're going to get the S4 approval soon for Logic, and let's see what happens. They could still sell Logic off just like they did to Go Logic today. I can't for the life of me figure out what's going on with Go Logic. I missed that call. It may be as simple as that he announced that he's going to move everything in recruiter.com and people are going to be able to sell their Go Logic. Let me see if I can say that differently. Go Logic was a distribution from Logic over a year ago. It's been sitting in people's accounts, including mine, since April of last year. You can't trade it. Can't trade it. It was as high as $8 a share. It's now 60 cents. It's a beautiful company. But if he announced, and I have no way of knowing while I'm talking to you, that people, by moving the fintech assets into this new NASDAQ company, or it may not be NASDAQ, I forgot to check that. Anyway, into recruiter.com. Let me see if it's NASDAQ. It is. It's NASDAQ. So you're going to move that into the NASDAQ company. And then you're going to be left with Go Logic. What might be going on to the stock price of Go Logic right now is these same kind of geniuses are saying, well, we'll just sell it off because as soon as people get the 20 million shares they get to sell, they're just going to sell it and we can cover our shorts, our counterfeit, fraudulent shorts. Why do we have to fight this? If an SEC person is watching, go ask Gary Gensler. Why do we have to fight this fraud in every single stock? It's unfair. Why? Can they reverse? Anybody can reverse any stock. Reverse split. Coda Campo, a reverse split in and of itself isn't always bad. It's when a lying, thieving, corrupt short seller that masquerades as a fundraiser like the Lynn Partners or Yorkville or Power Up Lending. They drive your stock downward. And then they come smiling to you and say, hey, you've got a event of default because you're about to be delisted from whatever exchange you're on. And the only solution, big smiles, is to reverse split so that I can't remember one of the stocks you were in. I don't know, XYZ company. Philip Vallier comes and gets him in a toxic note. It's trading at $1.50, and to remain listed on whatever exchange it's on, it needs to stay above $1. But as soon as the note's signed, Philip Vallier and his team drive it down to 5 cents. Now, how does he do that? He says, he shorts the stock. Let's say he shorted 100 million shares that don't exist or do with his crooked lawyers. In my judgment, maybe they have some sort of coverage opinion letter, but they can't borrow the stock, but they do have some stock at the transfer agent. Just let's keep it simple. This is all borrowed money, borrowed stock. 100,000 shares of XYZ stock Philip Vallier has sold. He needs to keep, now he may have a different agreement. He may have a different agreement because his poop doesn't stink. But typically on the retail side, you need $2.50 a share as margin. So on 100, that means they need 250 million shares held at their transfer agent. Let's say it's Jeffrey. $250 million to hold this short position. So in comes Philip Vallier and says, we have a event of default and we can help you. Your stock is 5 cents low. We didn't think that would happen, but the only way you can get out of the event of default is if you reverse your stock and get it above $1. We're recommending that you do a 100 for 1 split. 100 for 1 split. That's what we're recommending. Okay? So you'll get above $1, however the math works out. Well, what happens to the company? Let me show you first what happens to Philip Vallier. He was short 100 million shares. He had to put up 250 million because the maintenance requirement is $2.50 a share. It is entirely possible that he has other arrangements, somebody speaking for him, there's some sweetheart deal, and it could be he's hiding tickets. It could be he's marked long short, but let's just keep it simple. So Philip Vallier convinces his victim, XYZ, let's reverse split it and we'll provide some more money. Well, what happens on 100 for 1 reverse split when you're dealing with a toxic lender? Well, 100 for 1. We take 100 million shares. We knock off 2 zeros. And they're short 1 million shares. So you need $2.50 there. You knock off 2 zeros. They need 2.5 million. So the difference between 250 million and 2.5 million they can take out of their account. They couldn't take it out before. So by doing a reverse split, you allow them to take their money that's held at the prime broker out. Number one. Number two, they don't have any margin problems anymore. They have a whole lot of capital to put up to start shorting your stock from $1, $2 downward again. That's what they do with the reverse splits. It's not that a reverse split in and of itself is a bad thing for a company. A lot of companies have Australian market cap tables, 2 billion shares. When you come to the United States, that doesn't make any sense. You can do a reverse split there. It doesn't mean it's going to go down. Yes, Logic and GoLogic can do reverse splits. Absolutely. Absolutely. But they're not under pressure from toxic lenders to do so. They have revenue. They've distanced themselves. They have a CEO who's put a bounty out. He's fighting the shorts. So no, I don't expect reverse splits in GoLogic and Logic. And the more I talk about these stocks, the more I think that it might be better for some of you to go into the corrupt system and buy ETFs, buy the Merrill Lynch artificial intelligence plus fund, and just put it aside and don't worry about anything. The reason these stocks are cheap, the reason they sit on their ass, is because there's fraud in the system. The reason you're able to buy them so inexpensively is because there's fraud in the system. The risk is the fraud drives it lower, of course. But with GTII, Ham's best setup, with Fngr, Ham's best setup, we know there's massive short positions and people fighting to make those squeeze. With Logic and GoLogic, I think you've got, in the short run, in Logic shares, you've got a 5x coming. Short run, 90 days or less. In GoLogic, I think you've got now possibly even better. But let's just say 5x there too. Is it as exciting as a squeeze? I don't know. But I think it's very close to being I'm trying to think of a word that isn't over promising. I just think it's if I were talking to an investment professional, a friend I've known a long time, I would say Logic is a lock to get to $1 to $1.50. That'll by middle of August, September, and I would say that GoLogic now, I've got to do a little study as to why it's down. That might be a screaming buy, but it would seem to me that DataLogic has a lot more parts moving and things to do. Sorry, I'm confusing things. GoLogic. But I would say by the third quarter, I think you can make 5x, 6x, and I would say that's almost a certainty too. So anyway, I'm going to try to answer a different question. Oh, it's the space call. Yeah, exactly, Coda. It is so criminal. It is so bloody criminal, Coda. It is just so. NJ, let me get this going. Let me then read yours. I care about everybody's investment, but I care about yours.
Family or things we want to do. So just please hold off just a little bit, Dave, please.
All right.
And I'll try and be as thorough as I can. And if anybody knows, my DMs are flooded right now.
Good.
I've had a really hard time getting through and answering a lot of
NJ,
DMs and Twitter and emails and everything just because of
NJ,
multiple different angles and directions. But I will try and answer as many questions as I can. And if I don't answer your DM or your question. It's absolutely not a slight by any means. I would take the time to answer anybody's if I can. So just be persistent, I guess I would say, and maybe try different methods of reaching out to me, whether it's just
Is that how many shares you have, NJ?
or sending me a
Is that
message
how
on
many
the Discord,
shares?
or even going through
5,000 shares?
you know, Sean or Syntax or Savvy or one of these other guys that can get a hold of me and saying, hey, I'm trying to get a message to Huck, and I'll do my best to respond to you guys. So, all right. A little bit of the method behind the madness.
Is that right, NJ? 5,000 shares?
Involved with this. So the SEC is the
All right, I gotta.
branch of the capital markets.
6,000.
By the way,
Okay,
you guys, real quick, I'm gonna throw
6,000.
just my disclaimer out there. I don't give financial advice. I don't give legal advice. I am not an investment advisor, and I am not a lawyer. And these are my opinions and interpretations only. I by no means am asking you or telling you to make any kind of legal decision or financial decision. So that is that. All right. So the SEC, on a mechanics side of things, are really in charge of writing kind of the broad regulations of the stock market. But Finra, as a self-regulatory organization that is under the SEC, they have the power to actually have their own rules and write some of their own laws, and some of those are interpretations so that they can define how that SEC law is going to work and how it's going to function in practice. And some of that is because Finra is the cops, so to speak, of the stock market. They regulate the broker-dealers. They have to make interpretations and they have to make guidance so that they can actually enforce these rules. And there's a step in the process where if a particular, you can do it as an individual, but mostly it's hedge funds, financial institutions, market makers, broker-dealers. But if there's a specific rule that is going to be preventive to their business, so if they say that there's a regulation and the way that it's worded, they need different interpretation, or they need to break the rule. That's as easy as it is to put. They can request what's called a no action guidance, or no action, or no enforcement. And they can write a letter and they can say, hey, this specific rule is gonna hurt us in this way. If we violate that rule or regulation, will you please not take any enforcement against us? And so those are no action interpretations, and those are all available on the SEC website. 15C211 is the SEC regulation that talks about how to get things listed onto the OTC. And it goes through all of the different parameters and what qualifies and what paperwork and documentation needs to be submitted. It has all of that. So it's the 15C.
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
-11. There's interpretation on that from Finra that allows for certain exemptions.
Oh, fuck.
happened, then say Smokey over at E-Trade can now sell his securities through E-Trade without having to go through all of the same process and paperwork.
I'll try.
The reason they have
That
the
was
process and
ham,
paperwork
so
in
I'm
place
sorry.
is because with restricted securities, they want to make sure that the person that's exiting the position is not an insider, not an affiliate, an executive, or a board member acting on insider information. And so this documentation has to be retained. I've seen a couple of different guidances, but the one I've seen repeated most often says for 5 years. And it has to be available upon request of the regulators. And I'm confirming
I don't know what he's
piece,
talking
but
about.
it has to be available upon request of the company as well. Here's again where we kind of factor back to our problem. This traded on multiple brokers within the first days of it trading. The first day it traded on the 7th, I want to say it was 1.6 million shares. And guys, I'm sorry, I'm quoting from memory on this particular point. But on day 2, I want to say it traded 11 million shares. I myself bought shares between the 7th and 12th on different brokers. So how was it's by all evidence that either a piggyback exemption was being used, or that you had multiple people at multiple brokers fill out an unsolicited quotation exemption request form at the exact same time, up to and including 40 million shares worth. Anybody that has possession of 40 million shares would legally have to claim themselves as a beneficial owner of the company because they own more than 10% of the company at that point. So, again, you have evidence of something's missing here. So how did an unsolicited quotation get used to get this trading in the consistency and in the length of time that it was able to? That's kind of where my discoveries have kind of gone to. There's no other exemption that I can find. There's no break in the rule that allows a broker to jump on and do a piggyback exception inside of that 30-day window. So no broker could have traded this until after November 8th. And then we run into our final problem. Finra permanently closed the OTCBB, which is the bulletin board, which is the pink sheets, on November 8th. It moved over into a new system after November 8th. And that's 2021, by the way. And so again, it just doesn't make sense. You've used 4 exemptions, all leading down to an exemption that can't be used in the way that it was used, where it was open on multiple brokers at the same time. I posed one more question, and this is a question I posed to people when I was having this discussion with them. How many, and you guys can throw up emojis, you guys can just think amongst yourselves or however you want to do this, but how many people knew about unsolicited quotations in 2021? Retail traders, just go ahead and ask yourself that. How many people, Smokey, I'm going to bring you off of mute for this one. How many times had you discussed unsolicited quotations back in 2021?
That would be exactly 0 times, Huck.
So if you were to just use a rough guidance on this one, I would say on retail traders, 99% of them have no idea about unsolicited quotations. I have reached out to a couple of people that are very professional on the market side, and they've even said to me that this is not something that's fully within their purview and understanding.
Which is why there's no...
Second to that, to understand the market mechanics of getting 4 different exemptions down to the unsolicited quotations, how are you going to justify 40 million shares?
I don't
because
know.
That's the only way that this could exist within that first 30 days of trading, is if there was enough traders that knew that this existed, that had the equivalent of 40 million sell orders in their accounts at this time.
So you can hear it.
I guess there's a very, 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 very thin chance that this was done legitimately. But you would have to convince me that there were enough retail traders at 105 different brokers that were able to open this up. And then I had one last issue. I never filled out any unsolicited quotation exemption form, and I was able to trade this within that time period. If I didn't fill out any unsolicited quotation exemption form, and these are questions I would pose because I truly don't know the answer to them, how was I able to trade without qualifying for the exemption personally myself? And that's just my own personal experience with all of this. And I know there's several within this community that also participated in trading during that time frame.
Wow. That's a lot. That's a lot. So I actually have a couple of questions myself, but I'm going to hold off on them a little bit because I know there's some other people here that have some questions for you, and they might answer my questions. So I want to let them
That's
talk.
Smokey.
The first person I'm going to let talk, well, I was going to let Dave talk, but he's no longer requested, but I know what he wanted. He messaged me. Rob, let me see here. You know what I need to get a quote.
Oh, can I add something?
Oh, yes, Sin. Go ahead. I thought you had to leave.
Yeah. I did, but I couldn't.
That's
so
syntax.
One thing, too, I wanted to mention, when looking for the F6 in the Edgar filings, I went from when Meta entered in the definitive agreement with Torchlight in December of 2020 to when MMTLP started trading in October. So, I mean, multiple people. We wanted to, quadruple check this one to make sure there wasn't an F6.
So, a quick question. And this is just plain devil's advocate here. Y'all did great work looking all this up. But the thing I was thinking about while you were talking,
This is Rob.
What if this was trading on the Bloomberg terminal before it even hit, for 30 days prior to it hitting retail traders, and that satisfied all the requirements, and all the requirements that you're discussing happened before it even hit our trading, our ability to trade it. Does that make sense?
You would have to. So which IDQS are you proposing that it may have traded on? I apologize.
Well, I mean, a Bloomberg terminal is not something that a lot of people have access to, and so what I'm wondering is, instead of it showing up on our E-Trade or our Schwab or the platforms that we're used to, what if they were trading it behind the scenes in the manner that you're discussing without our knowledge, and so none of that information would show up.
CJU, what if
they were doing it amongst themselves?
What did he call? I forgot. He got it right on Fngr and GTI.
So I might actually be able to step in here a little bit, Rob. I don't know. I'm not 100%, but I don't think that's exactly what the Bloomberg terminal is. I'm trying to look it up real quick, and I'm coming up with the first, Bloomberg terminal definition.
I'll take this out of the way, unless you.
Computer software system provided by the financial data vendor Bloomberg that enables professionals in the financial
know if this
service
is helpful now.
and other industries
Ham
to
called me,
access Bloomberg
and I had
professional
to.
services which use
He got it.
to analyze real-time financial market data
The guy,
and place trades on the electronic
his brain is like the taxi cab driver. He's like the taxi cab drivers who in London just know everything. It's amazing.
The first version of the terminal was released in December of '82. So I don't.
They're talking about the Bloomberg terminal.
Don't exist on the actual markets yet, but it's definitely interesting.
So Finra actually, and I'm going to help on this as well. So this is again, I've tried to make sure that everything I'm using is not from a third-party site or notice. So everything I've been trying to use is coming directly off of the SEC or Finra websites, including reading the statutes. I know there's a lot of different places you can read interpretations of the statutes, but everything I've tried is directly off of the SEC and Finra. Finra has eligible interdealer quotation systems. Finra maintains below a current list of any eligible IDQS that together with Finra ORF meets the above designations, and that is the Global OTC, the OTC Link, and the OTC Link NQB IDQS. All of those are OTC markets. Not
I'm bored with this,
company OT,
and
but
it's
I'm
my
saying all of
fault.
those are OTCs.
I'm gonna end it. If any of you object to me ending it, let me know and I'll put it back on. I'm sorry it went silent because Ham called. I didn't know how to. Well, I answered him. But I can't believe that Ham got it exactly. Yeah, Ham's call yesterday was fantastic. Today it was. I was out of it. I don't know if you know, I was out of it. So I couldn't guide it as well. NJ, I trained at Merrill Lynch, and that's where I started my career. And Bloomberg machines came. Michael Bloomberg either sold all or half of his company in the first place to Merrill Lynch, and then it became 50-50. I don't know remember the first part, but it became a 50-50 ownership where Merrill Lynch owned 50% of Bloomberg owned 50%, and we had the Bloomberg machines, but we didn't have them in the office. They were such a big deal. They had special desks, but we had the data. I was too young to understand how this helped me, but it was a big deal. And then I guess in one of the crises, Merrill sold it back to him, and he became the wealthiest guy. But back then they were just dead terminals. In other words, what I mean is it didn't have all the video and the news and everything else. It just had bond quotes. It was primarily a way to quote bonds. And then you're right. They're about 20 grand a year, and to my memory, you had to lease two of them. You couldn't just lease one. That's how I remember it. He called 50% on GTII. Actual was 48%, 60% on Fngr, and actual is 59. I'm going to call and tell him. Through his phone is ringing off the hook. I dropped it. Sorry, I'm having a sandwich. And I'm almost done. Very good for government work. So anyway, NJ, I don't know how they could go from 0 shares to borrow to 250,000 unless they called around and maybe scared it up, maybe at Goldman or somewhere, and then it became available. It also could be that guy who got his shares available to sell, maybe there were a lot of restricted shares that came free. And so, if that's the case, it's possible that shares lost the legend, became unrestricted, and then suddenly came into the system. I smell a rat, though, if it goes from 0 to 250 so quickly. But anyway, NJ, I want to see what I can tell you about 6,000 shares of Fngr. Number one, I wished I owned them. I have calls, I think, equivalent to that much right now. But my calls will, maybe a little bit more, but my calls will expire unless it trades. So, but I used to own Fngr shares. And so I think that's what I'd say to you first, NJ. I want to own Fngr shares again. I think it's a company, without looking at the research report, without looking at a bunch of detail. Fngr is a company whose customer base is 1.3 billion Chinese, and I think the number of cell phones are 1.6 billion. They currently have the SMS and MMS business, which is a lock. As long as they, send in 10 million, they're able to buy $11 million worth of, I'm making up the numbers, of minutes to sell. Those could sell out in a day, and then they do it again and do it again. I think it takes longer than that. But the point is that revenue base now is solid and growing, and I guess is always subject to fiat from the Chinese government. But that is a huge, huge deal. It's boring, but it's revenue. The second part they have is this, what they call Sapientus. This is a data, big data, basically. It's just big data. They set it up separately because they collect data on all of their users, how they drive, how they shop, how they wake up, what time their alarm goes off, how often they fly, maybe even if they go to bars at night. So anyway, Sapientus is a huge business, big data in and of itself, but it also leads to these other things they do. They've got Pacific Re and Munich Re. They've already signed deals with. See where it goes. Things take a while. But it's going to lead to car insurance, life insurance, health insurance using that data. But this is huge in China. This is huge. You got 1 billion people. And then they have... they are the gatekeeper for their users on several of the online shopping like Tmall. Why would people go that way? Coupons, basically coupons, discounts, their awards. And then I think I've hit everything, but they also just bought into this Mijuju or something, but it's the Netflix of China. When I studied it, it seems like they have videos outside of China and they're coming into China, but in any event, it's like Netflix, only it's 100 million. It's 100 million users and growing. They have that. And their revenues, I think, I'm not going to try to remember them. You can look them up. But the revenues are growing. Earnings were, the earnings per share actually were down or slightly negative. But it's a growing company. They're spending money to acquire their customers. But I should think that's coming to an end. There's one more thing that I think they're going to announce, but I don't know enough about it or if it's going to happen to bring it up. But this is a management team who have developed access to the Chinese market, and they become a portal to the Chinese market via the phones. And that also, I forgot to say, they're going to do Apple Care. And Apple Care, we take it for granted when you sign up for your phones or computers that you can sign up for Apple Care. They don't have it over there, so this is new, and they're going to get into that. So these are huge revenue streams and growing that Fngr has. The stock, when I first got into it, went to $15, $16, $17. I had to wait. And when I first bought it, I think my average price was $8. But I bought stock at 11, I think, 9. But I think, in any event, my average was somewhere around $8.50. And then whoever it was just shorted the heck out of the company. It was a much smaller company, didn't have the revenues it has now, but they drove that down. They actually got it down where I bought stock, I think at 18 cents. And everyone I talked to said, didn't know what was going on. This is a disaster, blah, 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 blah. And I put my last money in it. I sold whatever I had, put my last money in it. And the stock went to $17. I, of course, believed that it was then going to squeeze. And my average price came way down, but it was still high. And the feeling, you should have, the excitement was amazing. Everyone, and I didn't know all the people I know now. I only had one person to talk to, maybe two. And then I met him. And he gave me the whole lowdown on what was going to happen with Fngr. And he was gracious. And I thought, wow, this thing could go to 100, 150, 200. And I put in orders. I didn't put them in as low as 17. I put them in much higher. But I started reasonable. I wasn't greedy. But I started it once the stock was around $14, $15. I think I sold a little bit at 15. And by a little, I think I sold maybe 1,000 shares. But I had a lot more. I kept the stock. I thought it would recover. It went down to 8 or 9, and around that time, I heard about Gtii. So reluctantly, I swapped out a Fngr into GTII. This is my memory. I can't remember it all. And anyway, I don't know what I did with the rest. I ended up not making a huge profit because I waited too long, and they drove the stock down again. They drove it to 40 cents. And I've been watching Fngr out. I've been out of Fngr, not by choice, watching it, and it rallied last October, November, and I was mad at myself about 6 months, 9 months ago that I hadn't bought more. If I had put $5,000 in, I could have turned it into, by my reckoning, 25 grand just conservatively. It went to $10 again. And I was kicking myself. I knew I needed to buy it back because I wanted to buy it back. My goal was to sell GTII and buy back into Fngr and hold Fngr for either for a squeeze or for long term. And I was kicking myself. Little could I believe that the Lynn Partners and the associates would sell 95 million shares of Fngr last year, bringing it down from $10. It was on NASDAQ, around $10, back down to 60 cents or something. I'm doing this by memory. And it's been fighting ever since. It's been a battle ever since. Well, to me, finally, the charts show that they've broken the back of all that selling. You've got it. It's a lot of it is washed out. I have the same instinct I had back when it sold off the first time, and then that time, that now's the time to be in the stock. I give you all this to tell you, and I could probably say more, but to tell you, I have followed Fngr for a long time. And I've been in it. I've traded it. I've had a lot of stock. I've made some money, lost money. But my goal had always been to get back into Fngr. I hoped beyond hope that GTII would go and I could establish a meaningful position again in Fngr. It doesn't look like I'm going to have a chance to do that. I have some calls. But that, to me, doesn't mean you shouldn't know about the stock and you shouldn't understand what's going on. Ham talks about Fngr on all of his calls. And I have to say, there was a period of months when I was listening to the calls, I just didn't want to hear about Fngr because I no longer owned my shares and I didn't want to hear that it was going up, one of those psychological things. That's all. It's all past me now. But NJ, what I really want to get across is I have lived and breathed and understand Fngr. Now, they took a deal with the Lynn Partners. That's what killed them, the Lynn Partners. And I experienced it. It was very destructive. So here, I'm looking at the charts. I'm looking at the situation, and I'm trying to say, oh my gosh, can they do this again now? And the answer is always they can. But what's different? What's different now from before? I'd say there's two massively major things that are different. One is they do not have and don't need to take a toxic financing, convertible, poisonous formula, dilution note. They don't have it. It's gone. They don't have that. And they're not going to take one. So that's huge. That's what killed them last time, was the Lind Partners note, the benchmark securities to Lind Partners and their whole group, whoever it was. The second thing I think is really significantly different is it is still a startup company in many ways. There's still the growing pains. There's still the risks of making a bad management decision or something. But the cash on hand and the revenue has gotten to a point where there was a time, if I had raised for them $5 or $10 or $20 million, I might have been able to strike a heck of a deal. I wasn't able to do it, and so it's not worth talking about. But I learned in those conversations how important cash was to them, because the cash would allow them to buy the SMS and MMS minutes. They have that cash now. So the second thing that I think is really important, that's different from the last sell-offs, is that the company has a large cash, and I stand to be corrected, but I believe they have 9 or 10 million in cash and something like 13 or 15 million total in short-term assets. But I'm doing that by memory. But they got something like 10 million in cash that they can allocate to these minutes and keep revenue going, so they can pay their overhead. They can pay their burn rate. Therefore, those two things together mean to me that this company doesn't have to go back to a Philip Vallier and get lied to, whether intentionally or not. Obviously, the company is much further along. They have, when I first played in it, they didn't have the two insurance companies. The announcements they've made have been huge. But you've got these jerks at Lind Partners. Every time they put out in a press release when they raised the money with them that we support them and we love their business plan. But every time anything good came out, they sold the stock off. So anyway, I think things are, I don't want to say night and day, because the company still is in its accelerated growth phase. But I think it's one of the most exciting opportunities of a stock to buy. Now, you have like 6,000 shares at $4. And now it's what is it, 3? Has it recovered a little bit? I thought it was down today. I thought it went down in the after hours. So I'm seeing it at $3.14. So your Fngr's now $3, and you spent $4 a share, and it's now $3. That's not, so you're down like $6,000. My reaction is, I think there could be a squeeze soon. That doesn't mean it is going to happen. That does not mean it is going to happen. But I think the volume of buying in the stock over the last, that drove the stock from $1.43 to maybe, if you count the opening hours yesterday, $4.55. That buying didn't come from us. It didn't come from Ham. It didn't come from any of the groups associated with these stocks. So somebody was buying. I think that's a real sign that the stock is being accumulated by someone big, or many. I think you shouldn't sell now, because the setup for a short squeeze is the same story I've run through. Almost 150 million counterfeit shares, all the fundamentals we just talked about. The company's hired West Christian. I think there's several other stories that are out there, and you're early in the growth cycle. And I believe, Ham said it today, the group out of China bought 250,000 shares today, he heard. Well, that may not seem like a lot. When you added in that maybe they've been buying all along, or maybe they're just stepping their toe in, or they just have started to buy, that's pretty exciting. Is it going to happen? No one can know. But everything's set up there. As Pedro Fili said, talking about how the SEC makes these toothless announcements and slaps people's wrists and gives them parking tickets, Pedro Fili said, look, the shorts are still selling, the counterfeiters, the criminals, are still selling without fear. Everything that the feeble Gary Gensler does, if it's going to be meaningful, Pedro said it'll start showing up in the stock prices. That made a lot of sense to me. Well, guess what? It's shown up in the Fngr price. I think what's happened over the last 12 days is the Lynn partners lost control of this little lie that they've created, and the stock started to run. And yes, as it went up, Ham did start talking about it more than he had recently. Many people bought, so it's a possibility that from me buying calls to others, that we added to that liftoff. But I still don't see how maybe 100, 200,000 shares compares to 12 million in volume over that time. So, NJ, I really think that the stock is going to have a shot at a squeeze. Better now than maybe before. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. If it doesn't happen, I think it's a good company to hold the long term, and you may not want to hold it the long term. But I'm just saying that. I don't think this is a stock that's going to go down like MULN or CLNV, good companies, but then still go down to pennies. I don't see that happening here, unless there's some, an asteroid hits the Earth. There are ways, and I won't bore you with it right now, that we can, and I'll show you if we get past, I wouldn't do it now because the stock isn't high and you'd be capping off your returns, potential returns. But at some point, you can sell calls against the position and bring some income into your account and still benefit from the upside. There's strategies you can do. I think owning 6,000 shares of Fngr is extremely valuable. And it could go lower tomorrow. It could go lower Friday. And they will be putting pressure on it. But I think that stock could be a $20, $25, $30 stock even without a short squeeze. And if the Chinese group or whatever is buying it steps in to buy, I think it could be 20, 30, 40, 50 very, very quickly. I have no idea if they're doing that. We do know that Ham met with somebody, so it's not pie in the sky. The negative to the short story is there's one person that I've listened to that tells me, and he used to work on the American Stock Exchange, which isn't the same anymore, is that Fngr did a lot of private placements, and that some of those private placements are going to come, the restrictions are going to come off. And so the float might not only be 6 million shares, it might be more. So that's one of the risks. So if we don't get a squeeze over the next relatively short period of time, that's a factor to take into account. Much like, say, with Vocal, when I was first introduced to that story, they had 10 million shares in their float, and I don't think much more stock. And now it's 100 million. So these things can affect the ratios. But for right now, I still think the float is tight. The other thing is, he told me, is there's just no way that these numbers are correct, that there's 147 million. Well, short. Well, okay. I don't know. If Gensler had transparency, if he did enforcement, we wouldn't have to guess. This isn't something you should have to guess. But a Goldman Sachs guy, and he doesn't have any balls, and so he's not going to stand up to him. So I would just tell you, even if the short position isn't 147 million, even if the short position is just 5 million, the stock's going to move to 20 or 30 or something like that, or could. I believe that the numbers are real. I've been watching it that long. I trust Ham's analysis. I'm just trying to give you the broadest picture on it. I think risk reward on your Fngr is, if you don't get impatient, your risk is that you own it for a while, maybe sell calls against it in the worst case. And not too long, by the way. Or you hold it And that's another worst case. You just decide to hold it until it's a $30, $40 company. Your best case is that tomorrow they push it down at the pre-market, and then it snaps back during the day and it accelerates to green on huge volume, and then on Friday or Tuesday it makes new highs and we're off to the races. It's a risk-reward scenario. You got in at an average of 4, which is better than I did when I bought most of my stock. And you are down now $1. The question is, can it go down more and stay there? And I guess the only answer is yes, it can go down. And yes, I guess it can stay there for a while. But I really think in return for that risk, and with a viable company that is beyond the point of ever needing to go to one of these toxic financiers, even if it does go down and it's down for a while, you can wait, maybe add to your position, and then fundamentally it's going to be worth more. But I think the reward potential over the next days, my calls expire in July. It could be weeks. And I've had calls expire worthless before, but it could just be 2 or 3 weeks. I think the upside is still numbers like $100, $200, $300, $400 a share in a spike. So I think, anyway, that's a long answer. I'm tired, but I think that your ownership of Fngr is very attractive, and it's one that I would have liked to have kept myself. Alia, I witnessed ETH, GME, and AMC squeeze. Well, you spun up, and let me see. And there were major swings both ways for a while before the big rip. Yeah, there you go. I lost money with GME and AMC for holding too long. But yeah, that's one thing too. It's a lesson learned with Fngr. Maybe we all should have sold Monday and be buying back. Of course, that's with what do you call it? Hindsight. But there was no guarantee it was going to come down like it did. So I don't think we did the wrong thing. But we have to remember it. If the stock starts running and everyone's saying it's going to go a whole lot higher, we got to stick to what we think are our targets. Not knowing when to sell is extremely hard, and selling is the hardest thing. I thought it was breaking up. I thought loving her. I thought, anyway, I think selling is the hardest thing. I feel like I talked over you guys. I don't know what to say about AMC. Science rules Fahad. If I was paying attention after hours at 285, I would have bought more. I'm hesitating because I'm thinking maybe I've never even tried, but I didn't think we could trade it. I thought it was institutional trading. Maybe. I'll have to try. Yeah, Jason, a lot of stocks, and Ham's given some stories about it, they try to shake you out and then it runs. Or they shake you out and it takes a couple of weeks and then it runs. He's got a story that he talks about a drug company where a corrupt research group put out a hit piece and the company was either kicked out of a conference or something like that. Stock went down. Everybody got out. 2 weeks later, they sold the company for $80 or $120. Yeah, you know, who, not to start that conversation, but the guy that was right on Ape was Lou, and he told people when to sell, and he was right about it. I'm trying to find a question or a story to talk about. Wayner McGee, all I have, Wayner, I'll show it to you. I'll show it to you. If I can find it, Wiener, I'll answer that question. Unfortunately, I may not find it. Here it is. Let me download it. Okay. This is all I have to prove that, Wiener. Finger motion, show, finger motion, finger show. That's all I had. You know, they can come on and off that list during the day, anytime. That was on, it doesn't have a date, but I remember that as being last Thursday or Friday. Seasoned. Ralph Fenn. Well, hey, Jenny. Jenny. Hindsight is 20/20 in life. There's always going to be a woulda, shoulda, coulda. Oh well, there's always tomorrow. I don't know. Today, I'm completely off my. From the time I started to now, my head's been hurting and pounding. Maybe it's a sympathy hangover. Hey, that's pretty cool to be a trucker and be able to listen. That's pretty cool. Back when you would I used to have to switch radio stations. That's pretty cool. My problem is now if I listen to YouTube, I do it as I'm going to sleep and I fall asleep. I bet if I turned it on, my truck would be upside down in the ravine. me see. Because I know I talked on a while there. Yeah, so Weiner McGee, that's all I had for proof. But that probably came on and off just in a couple days. There's not legal advice. Yeah, not legal. That's true. It was, and I don't know if you're still here, but you. It was great hearing all your knowledge and organized thinking. Yeah, Alia, I like that. I was always taught never to average down, but I can't resist it if it gets too cheap. And look, we're fighting, all of you are, all of these stocks, we're fighting fraud. It used to be different. These stocks would go up on NJ 414. Yeah, I had a friend buy there too. It used to be that stocks would go up on good news. Nothing works anymore. 390 is a good average, NJ. I would have thought 390 is all it would have pulled back to. And then they got it $1 lower. Hey, Barbara, thank you. I don't know, she's probably gone. I know, Immortal Quaso, I agree with you on GTII. I think Crazy World, it's going to be worth a lot of money. Of course, there's all the doubt about China as an investment right now, but I think it's short-sighted. I don't know why we have to go to war with them either. There you go, NJ. Yes, they are a solid company. They are a solid company. Will, well, I don't know what you mean by at this point. You say Alpine seems to be a non-catalyst at this point. I would agree with that. But if you mean it's never going to be a catalyst, I'm not sure about that. If you expand your at this point to being, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, it could be a catalyst. Will, that's not a bad strategy to take the loss half and then go in other things. I can't say no to that. But one of the guys, I think here, Cryptic Trader, was it Cryptic Trader? Somebody just said that he sees a bottom in GTII in 2 weeks or so, and then a big rally. I don't know. I can't vouch for him. Wow, the cost to borrow was basically 70%. So Jenny L, amazing. We've got to put Jenny L on one of the space calls, and then I'll call in and she can be the leader. 200 shares, then 50. Someone lent them, yeah. I can't believe he called it right. So CJ Yukon, I don't know if you're still around, but that's what amazes me about him. He can look at the numbers, it's just amazing to me. And he's a good trader. OA, of course. Lauren's mom, how are you? Can't hear anything. You were better off when you couldn't hear anything. Well, you know, NJ, I think it's great you bought more lower. I really do. Yes, your analysis is perfect. I thought it was going after 5. The options were expensive. No shares to borrow. Yeah, but they just constantly crime. Yeah, I'm sorry. I screwed up that space call. Yeah, I'm not. I wish I had not invested in Vocal. Well, that's not true. I thought it was a good investment. I can't explain what happened there. It just. Yeah, I might go take him for a walk. They are afraid of Fngr. I feel a gamma squeeze. Yay, the one. Yay, the one. Lalija, thank you very much, Lalija. Mucho gracias. It's very kind of you. Do I think Fngr, GTI, or some other stock, I don't know what beyond, will hit the highest price? In a spike. I think it's a coin flip. I think both Fngr and GTI could go to the same prices. GoLogic and Vocal are not merging. No. They're not merging. They don't even know each other. And there's no, well, maybe there's some asset there, and I'll be surprised. I agree with you, David, that spread. Hey, Dips, I agree with that point. Just this, relax. If you see a double top, Chris Daniel, if Fngr moves like GME, we should see a double top at 455 next Wednesday, Thursday, and start running next Friday. To your ears. You have iron in your words. You have iron in your words. You're not offering me. You're not offering anything. These things you offer, we already have. I'm not offering you anything except life. Well, Glad and Deb, Ham pointed out to me that the markets are never closed for more than 3 days. And now that it's T+2, maybe they're never going to be closed more than 2 days. But it's all about settlement, he said. They don't want to let things get out of control. Oh, it's not open on Tuesday. See, I'm an idiot. So, We probably have to wait till Wednesday. 10 million RVNA. I have a million RVNA. I think it's a million. It might be 2 million. Tom, maybe I don't know what to say about 10 million shares of that because I don't see that ever going up. But I gave up trying to sell mine a long time ago, so it just sits there. All right, so it's 9:30. If there's questions, if there's something to talk about, I'll keep going. Otherwise, I might end it soon. It's up to you. If I see something. I believe in you and Ham. Thanks for all you guys do. Well, it's Ham. It is Ham. Yeah, Moody. Vocal was a good investment based on the info we had at the time. Yeah, I think that's right. And then I can kick myself looking backward. But really my decision would anyway, it's over now. It's not worth even talking about. That's all we can do. That's all we can do. That's exactly right, Moody. That's very good advice, a very good observation. Yeah, I don't want to read it the way you wrote it because I might get in trouble. But I kind of wish I had actually hit the bid on Monday on a small portion of my calls because I'd be buying them back cheaper. But I can live that I didn't. I saw that, Jenny, that the market's open Monday, which maybe. So everybody's going to be out of town. That's going to be a long, lonely weekend. Everybody's going to be gone. Oh, well. Oh, well. All right, NJ. Well, Crazy World, I did sell mine at that kind of a loss. To go into? Either Logic or Go Logic, I can't remember which. Maybe GTI, can't remember. No, I'm not a trucker, but I have my brother drives, not a truck, but he's always driving cabs and whatever. But I used to have CB radio. That's why I said it that way a long time ago. But I never was a trucker. I've thought about it as when I was younger, it would be an interesting job. But it's been a long time since I've even taken a long road trip. I don't even trust myself that I wouldn't fall asleep if I set my YouTube there. Maybe, I don't know. But it's a great idea because I get bored with TV. I get bored with some of the radio stations. So I think it's great that you have it in your truck. breaker, yeah. I, I don't even remember the codes, but I would try it. All right, Jenny, you're not out of town. I did eat, but I'm about to hang up. Hey, Kit. Yeah, particularly Kit, I will tell you, and I'm sure we talked about that, but I'm from upstate New York. But anyway, particularly since I just wanted to get off the first call as soon as it ended. I was just so, yeah, the idea, I like road tricks. Yeah, I have all the setups, but I don't even have a TV anymore because I don't want to watch it. I don't like the commercials, exactly. Yeah, Jenny, I had a chance to go to London, although I might be exaggerating my chance because I'm not sure whether I would have been inviting myself or not. But last week or 2 weeks ago, but I stayed mainly for my dog. I don't want to leave my dog. All right, so it's 9:36. I'll go to 9:40 if there's no questions. 9:45 if there are, and 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 if I get nag, good buddy. Good buddy. Yeah, I just wish one of these stocks would work, right? Just one of them. Even if I don't own it, just you own it. If AMC worked. Or, oh, by the way, the gentleman who mentioned BBBY yesterday, I think he was, oh, I looked at it. It was flat, but it was up during the day. So I'll try to follow what happens to the sale of Bye Bye Baby and see what happens. I know I nag. You're nag. Everybody nags. No, GTC orders don't close after hours. They stay in. I mean, I don't know exactly how you're framing your question. Obviously, the market's closed. But no, they remain in force, 30 days, 60 days, even 90 days. The advantage of a GTC order, like if the stock is starting to run today, and I don't see this happening anymore, but let's say tomorrow your Fngr is at 21. I'm making it up, obviously. At 21, you think, oh, I want to get out at 25. If you put in a GTC order and the stock's moving the day you put it in, it is second in priority to day orders, to limit orders of the day. So, but after the first day, your GTC order is ahead of everything. Hey, glad hand dab. I can set up a Discord and followers can call in. All right, I'll do that. I'll look into that. All right, everybody. Okay. So, breaker and out. How do you say it? Breaker? CB radio. Breaker and out. All right, I'm going to say goodnight. And thank you, Jenny. Thank you, everyone. Company is solid and shorts are well into the abyss. They will have to cave. I will outwit and outlast. So, Kit, if Fngr runs, then GTI. Yeah, exactly. I will. And Kit, I do. Your analysis is good. So, I don't know. If I had a button right here like Jim Cramer, I'd go bye, 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 bye. Okay. Jenny. Ma, your kids must go. Come on, Mom. Mom. It's not fair, Mom. Just 5 more minutes, Mom. They must do. The World for Sale by Javier Blas is an interesting book. The World. All right, I'll see if I can get it. I want to get this book called The Four Turnings. The bears don't scare me. All right, everybody. I'm going to sit. Let me see what Jenny's saying to me. No, it's Kit. All right. Thank you, guys. Peace, love, and happiness. And we'll see you tomorrow. Sorry about today. What a what a fright. But I think our time will be rewarded. I know I did. I know I did. I know I said it before. All right, Lucky, you ready? You want to say goodnight? Okay, everyone. I'm going to hit the button. So, cheers.